Good morning and welcome to the Planning Committee today, the 8th of November. Good morning members, officers and any members of the public who are viewing Livestream. Welcome to the South Cambridge District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Martin Khan and I'm chair of the committee. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their cameras and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. I'm advised there will be a brief fire alarm test at 10:30 this morning, so we'll briefly pause the meeting at that time, but we won't need to leave the chamber. Committee members present in the chamber, I will now invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Members, after I call your name, please turn on your microphone and say your name so that the presence may be noted. As I said earlier, my name is Councillor Martin Khan, and I'm member for Histon and Impington Ward. My vice chair is Councillor Peter Fane.
Good morning members, Peter Fane, member for Shelford Ward.
Councillor Ariel Khan.
Councillor Ariel Khan, member of Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Jeff Harvey. Is he not here?
Yes, no. Jeff Harvey, I'm the member for Borsham Ward.
Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Good morning, thank you Chair. I'm Councillor Lisa Redrup and one of the members for Harston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Judith Rippeth.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Judith Rippeth, one of the members for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning everyone, Councillor Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth Ward.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Morning Chair, morning members. Heather Williams and I represent the Mordens Ward.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Morning Chair, my name is Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford Ward.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Good morning, Chair. I'm the Councillor Eileen Wilson for Cottenham and Rantham Ward.
I can confirm that the meeting is quorate. We have some officers in the chamber for the duration of the meeting. Rebecca Smith, Delivery Manager.
Good morning, councillors. I'm Rebecca Smith, Delivery Manager for Development Management and Compliance.
Vanessa Blaine, Senior Planning Lawyer.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Legal Advisor for the committee.
Lawrence Damary Homan, Democratic Services Officer.
Chair, good morning, everyone. Lawrence Damary Homan, Democratic Services for the Planning Committee.
And we have technical support from the Democratic Services being provided by Aaron Clark.
Sorry, my mic's on, but yeah.
Okay. We'll also be joined by various case officers during the meeting. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make that fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes? We shall take breaks from this meeting as and when they are needed and as appropriate. I intend this time to hold meeting breaks a bit more frequently because a couple of our members have need to have a break during the meeting, so it will be about every hour. Members should have received a number of papers for this meeting. You should have received the main agenda pack dated the 31st of October, the plans pack supplement dated the 1st of November, the appeals and compliance reports published as supplements and dated the 1st of November, the update report and two appendices for item 5 in Falmere published as a supplement on 7th of November, and a written submission from a resident has been circulated. The update report from item 6 in Great Shelford published as a supplement on 6th of November. If you have not seen any of these documents, please say so now, and Democratic Services will provide you with copies. I would also like to note that site visits were held on the 1st of November for all of the applications on our agenda today. Now, before we go on to, apologies, the second item. Have we got any apologies for absence, Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. Two apologies for absence today, one from Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins and one from Councillor Bill Handley. Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup's kindly stepped in as a substitute today.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we? I believe there's an update on the new bill that's act that's just been passed. Levelling Up Act.
Just to give members a brief update, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act was given royal assent on the 26th of October, LURA, as it's being referred to for short. In brief, it introduces amendments to the development plan system, heritage planning, including the introduction of temporary stop notices for works to listed buildings, street development orders, some amendments to section 73, and it introduces requirement for commencement notices. There's also some enforcement changes, including amendment to section 171B of the Town and Country Planning Act, which deletes the word 4 years and substitutes it with 10 years in England. And there are also changes to SIL in England. Having reviewed the reports and the recommendations on today's agenda, there aren't any implications for the decisions that you'll be making today. Thank you, Chair.
Declaration of interest. Members, we now come to item 3, declaration of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? If an interest subsequently becomes apparent, please, during the meeting, please would you raise it at that time? Jeff Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Though I'm the member for Borsham, I do live in Great Abington, quite close to the site for item 7. As such, I'm acquainted with the applicant. But what I know of this particular application, I've learned from attending the site visit and from the papers in front of us. And I come to the application afresh.
Councillor Peter Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in relation to item 6, that has been called into the committee at my request, and I have expressed views on it, so I shall withdraw from the committee for that item, though I will speak as a local member.
Thank you. Are there any other? Thank you very much.
Vice Chair for that.
Item number 5, Farmia, the application number. Oh, sorry, yes. Sorry, item number 4, minutes of the previous meeting. Item number 4 on our agenda is the minutes of the previous meeting. We had the minutes of the meeting held on the 11th of October. Do any members wish to make any amendments to these minutes? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. On page 6, item 6, the first bullet point, it says about the Greater Cambridge Partnership Joint Assembly have met on the 7th of September. It goes on to say and confirmed that CSEP was paused. That was in the report, but I did give a clarification that actually the Assembly is not a decision-making body, and the actual decision to pause was made by the board, I believe on the 28th or 29th of September. So I did raise that in the meeting, and that hasn't been recorded in the minutes. I think it's an important clarification.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. With the amendment to take into account Councillor Williams' comments, can we approve the minutes by affirmation? Thank you. Now we get on to item number 5 on the agenda.
Apologies, we're just having some brief technical difficulties.
Yes, I will do that.
I'll be with you again in a moment.
Sorry. Okay, item 5, application at Falmere, number 23 stroke 02467 stroke full, land at the Way, Falmere. Application for the part demolition of existing buildings and erection of new buildings for research and development, including co-working space, cafe, gym, use class E, commercial, business and services, installation of plant, car parking, provision of cycle parking, public realm improvements and associated works to the way. The key issues are principles of development, character and appearance of the area, and impact on heritage assets, car parking and highway safety, impact on neighbour amenity. The application is being reported to committee as it raises special planning policy and other considerations. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and the completion of the Section 106 agreement. Charlotte Spencer is the presiding officer, presenting officer. Could you please present the application for us?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Just confirm you can hear me okay, and that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can hear you and see you fine. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you. So this is an application at Land at the Way, Falmere, for part demolition of existing buildings, new buildings for research and development, and associated works. The way the application is at committee as a special policy considerations. So just to go through some updates. So the updates to the report, which were published yesterday, this included the inclusion of the design review panel report as an appendix, the inclusion of the youth engagement report as an appendix, and an amendment to the table identifying the existing and proposed footprints, floor spaces and heights. That's in paragraph 8.21. These are the changes to the table here. They do not change officer consideration, as this was included for information only, and it was due to an error in officer measurements due to embedded scales. A third-party representation was received by officers this morning from the Willows. The resident had previously objected, and whilst they raised specifics to conditions, no new material considerations have been raised. In addition, it's pointing out that there is a typo in condition 10, so it's just requesting the rewording of condition 10 to remove this typo. Don't worry, I'm not going to read it all out, but it's essentially removing this shall commence to actually make the sentence make sense. So it shall be, development shall not begin other than demolition until a detailed design of the surface water drainage, etc. So moving on to the location. So the site comprises 2.2 hectares of previously developed land located to the north of High Street in Falmere. The site currently comprises industrial warehouse buildings with ancillary offices, so that's units 1, 2, 3 and 4, surrounding a hard surfaced yard and car park, and there is also an office building, which is building 5. The access is from the south via the Way, which is a private road. Residential properties lie to the southeast, south and southwest. A small yard lies to the north, and then surrounding that is agricultural fields. So just moving on to the constraints. So the bulk of the site, which is outlined in red here, lies outside the development framework, which is shown by the dotted line here. An awarded watercourse runs along the western boundary, and the site lies within flood zones 1, 2 and 3. Parts of the site are also at risk of surface water flooding. The site benefits from a number of mature trees along the western side, and these are subject to a tree preservation order. There's also a number of mature trees along the eastern boundary and around building 5. The site is situated mostly adjacent to the Falmere Conservation Area, shown by this purple line, and partly within. And it's within the setting of a cluster of listed buildings to the south and southwest. And these include St Mary's Church, which is grade 1, and Falmere House, which is grade 2. So moving on to the proposal. So this is showing the existing site plan and the demolition plan. So buildings 2, 3 and 5 would be fully demolished. Building 4 would be partially demolished. And the retained section of building 4, along with the whole of building 1, would be retained and upgraded. So these are just some existing photographs of the site. So the first one is the access road coming in from the way, with building 1 here and the car park on the right. This one's just a bit further down. This is further down again, so you've got building 2 here, building 3 here, and building 4. This one is of building 4 here, so it's this larger bit that would be retained. The smaller sections would be demolished. This is building 3. Again, we've got building 3 here and part of building 4 here. And the same, but it's just looking the other way. So building 4, building 3, and this is a photo of building 5. So moving on to the proposed site plan. So a 2-storey building is proposed to be attached to building 1, which would be retained. In total, this would create 5 suites. Building 4 would be proposed to be extended to the west here and to the east, and this would create 3 suites. A new parking area providing 153 spaces is proposed here. And the existing car parking area would be altered to provide 31 spaces, 9 of which would be disabled spaces, 18 would be car share spaces, and 6 visitor spaces. All of these would be EV. A cycle store would also be provided in this area. In terms of the proposed floor plan, building 1 here is proposed to be altered to create lab space, a gym, conference room, cafe and deli at ground floor, with office, lab and write-up space at first floor. And the new building would contain labs at ground floor with office write-up space at first floor. This building, extended building 4, would create 3 suites with labs at ground floor and then the office write-up space at first floor. This is also just saying that the proposed roof plan. These tables on the right show the existing and built form. This top table is taken from officer measurements and they are approximate, just showing the footprint, floor space and max height of the existing buildings and then of the proposed. The table below shows the total floor space levels, and these have been provided by the applicant, so there will be a net uplift in floor space of 4,411 square metres. So moving on to the elevations. So these are the elevations of suites 1 to 5, which is building 1 and the extension to the rear of that. To clarify, the roof of building 1 would be raised by 0.25 metres, and the height of the new building would be 9.1 metres. The building will be clad in profile cladding, which will be blue and green in colour on the south and east elevation, and it will be grey on the west and north elevation. Moving on to suites 6 to 8, which is the extended building 4. Again, these will be clad in profile cladding, which will be blue and green on the south elevation and the west elevation, grey on the north, and then a mixture on the east. The maximum height of this building will be 10.7 metres. As these just showing the cycle store and substation plans, these will be adjacent to the parking area to the east of building 1. Both would have a height of 3 metres. So just showing some proposed CGIs submitted by the applicant. So this top one is coming as you enter the site from the way. So this is what currently is building 1. So it's suites 1 to 5 here, and on the side suites 6 to 8. This is the view of suites 2 to 5 from the west, so it's shown the different colour. This is the view coming from the pedestrian access via Green Lane. So this is suites 6 to 8, which was building 4. And then we've got the proposed view of the mews from the south. So this side is suites 1 to 5, and this side is suites 6 to 8. There will also be associated landscaping, as demonstrated by these plans here. So there will be some retention of some trees on here and some additional new planting occurring here. Just a brief look at the technical visualizations as shown within the applicant's landscape visual impact assessment. These are just the year 1 pictures, so how it would look within the first year of development. So this top one here is from view number 1, and this is taken from Rectory Lane. And this view here was raised by the conservation officer, the view with the greatest impact from within the conservation area. This one here is from the junction of the Way and High Street, and the building can just be seen here. This view here is taken from view 4, so it's the junction between Cambridge Road and Falmere Road, looking across the fields. This one here is taken from this point here, so it's further north along Falmere Road. And then the final one is taken from Orchard Farm up here. So the material considerations are the principle of the development, character and appearance of the area and impact on heritage assets, car parking and highway safety, impact on neighbour amenity, biodiversity and flood risk. Conclusion of the planning balance here, and officer recommendation is approval subject to conditions, included the amended one of condition 10 and the completion of a section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll now go through, we now come to questions of clarification. Have we any questions of clarification, please? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just throughout the report, obviously, parking seems to be quite a key issue for local residents, and that's understandable. I know that the High Street is particularly narrow, and I can understand why people would be concerned about more cars in the area. Yet, in a few places, it suggests that actually through the design process, there's been a reduction in the car parking, which I appreciate was a deck. Could you show us or indicate that change and whether there is the capability of increasing parking on the site, please?
Hi, yes, so I'll bring up my screen again. So I wasn't involved in the pre-application discussions, so bear with me here, but I understand from what I've seen from the pre-app that the original proposal was to have a 2-storey. Sorry, am I sharing? No. Stop it. I was just wiggling my mouse and I realised that no one could see it. Sorry. So it's a 2-storey kind of parking block being provided here, and from comments from our design team, that wasn't suitable in this instance.
So to clarify, the only way to increase the parking would be to go up. There's no other facility on site.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Any other questions? Councillor Bradrow.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about condition 27, which I think was the travel management and parking plan, and just some information about how rigorous that could be in monitoring to check if people are parking, who are employed at the site or using the site are parking in a way that's causing problems on the way and on the streets, and what might be able to be done if that was detected. Thank you.
Yeah, so this condition requests the details. We do have Tam Parry, which is the Transport Assessment Officer with us, who might be able to give just a bit more kind of technical detail about what we're expecting to see from that condition. If that's okay with you, Chair, for him to kind of answer that question.
Yes.
Thank you, Charlotte. Hello, good morning. Yes, I'm Tam Parry, Transport Assessment Team, Cambridgeshire County Council. So my understanding is that the parking in the local area, particularly on the High Street, will be monitored through the travel plan. So we'll have annual monitoring reports from the travel plan for 5 years. And if there's any issues in terms of parking on the High Street, the travel plan can pick this up. And also, I think Falmere Parish Council, I'm sure, will be in touch with the applicants and the management of the site anyway. And if there is an issue, then I've asked for £10,000 in the 106 to be used for the implementation of rating restrictions if parking is on the street and causing trouble, causing difficulties with driveways, or cars are parked in inappropriate locations.
Thank you. I've got a question in terms of the way itself, which is part of within the application site. Is it? But I believe it's a private road. Is there any control of the parking on the way, which might be a problem?
I don't believe that we can control that because it is a private road. But from what I understand from the applicants, and Tam might be able to confirm, it's not their intention is to keep parking within the dedicated parking areas.
Yes, I understand that as well.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions or points of clarification? Thank you very much. Now we move on to public speakers. First of all, I would like to ask an objector, Sarah Brock, to speak. Thank you. You have just to remind you, you have 3 minutes. We'll try and give you a warning when you've got 30 seconds to go. But please, can you keep your expression to 3 minutes? Thank you very much.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Sarah Brock. I live at Vine House, The Way, Falmere. It adjoins the application site. Together with the willows and the firs, which also adjoin the site, we live the closest of anybody to the site. Our home is 11 metres from the boundary. My consultation response, made in August this year, listed 6 material considerations which need to be dealt with. Only one is satisfactorily addressed, the effect of new trees on the boundary. Thank you. 3 minutes does not allow me to address all the others. I will focus on hours of work and the parking of construction traffic. If you have questions on the others, I'll be happy to respond. The current permitted hours of work for the application site are effectively 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays and 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays, with no working at all on Sundays. This is the effect of the conditions on earlier permissions. In practice, for many years, the site has been closed on Friday afternoons and not worked at all on Saturdays. The result is that the site and its surroundings are very quiet and calm indeed in the evenings and weekends. In the pre-application consultation carried out by the applicant, they said there would be no Saturday working and that weekday hours would not normally exceed 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No working was proposed on Saturdays. I asked for an hours of work condition to be imposed. However, there is no such hours of work condition. The nearest we get to one is condition 31, but that appears to relate only to construction and demolition and to plant and power operated machinery. It is at best ambiguous and relates to industrial use, not the operational hours of a modern R&D centre. I turn to the parking of construction traffic. The problem is that construction vehicles are likely to be parked on the way, which is narrow, making it difficult to drive out from Vinehouse and the Firs. We have to reverse out. The officer's report acknowledges that parking of contractors' vehicles needs to be dealt with, but the proposed condition simply requires them to be accommodated within the application site. This is hopeless. The whole of the way is within the application site, where we live. Whilst I welcome the redevelopment of the site as an R&D centre, the currently proposed conditions to regulate it are poor, and unless they are significantly revised and then returned to this committee, permission should not be granted. I therefore, and with regret, object to the grant of permission today.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any questions for the objector, please? Clarifications? No, thank you very much indeed. Now we we would like a presentation by the proposed developer, the agent, Mrs. Amy Robson from Bidwells. Could you please also make your presentation? You're also we allow you. At the same point, we allow you 3 minutes.
Hi, Ariel will just be using the first minute, so he's the applicant, and we'll share the 3 minutes, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. Good morning. My name is Ariel Levy, and I'm one of the co-founders of Gentoo Real Estate, a family-run life science developer and investor. I would like to thank the committee for your time today. Over the course of the application, we've had 3 pre-apps, a design review panel, have met with the parish 3 times, have had a separate design workshop, as well as a public consultation, and run a youth engagement program. During the process, the officer engagement and advice, as well as the design review panel advice, has led to positive changes in the design of the scheme. There's a real value to having the collaboration with officers, as well as the consulting views of the local community, to deliver the social, economic, and environmental benefits the scheme offers. A special mention is to be had to the team behind the youth engagement program, who meticulously organised a 2-day program run with the local primary school in Falmouth. It was inspirational to see the children get involved in the design, and we hope to incorporate their designs on the site and in their school. I'm going to hand it over to Amy to discuss the application in further, but just picking up some of the points. Construction traffic won't be allowed on the way during construction. We can definitely put construction traffic in the actual application boundary and not on the way. And general running of the scheme, there won't be any parking on the way, as it's the only entrance in and out of the site. So no traffic and no cars will be allowed to park on that road. We can put double yellow lines on our boundary if necessary. I'll pass it over to Amy now.
Thank you, Ariel, and thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak on behalf of the applicant. The proposals are for the redevelopment of an existing brownfield industrial site which is physically well related to the village. The committee will be aware of the planning history of the site, refusing residential development in 2021 due to the loss of the existing employment use. The proposals retain employment in the village and incorporate community facilities. A cafe, gym and co-working space would be provided, which would be open to the public. The applicant has confirmed they would be willing to contribute £87,000 towards the Melbourne Greenway and £10,000 towards traffic calming measures. The existing industrial site is well contained from the open countryside, and the landscape officer has confirmed there will be minimal impact on the views from the surrounding area, and the buildings are appropriate for the location and sit in harmony with the setting as confirmed in paragraph 8.23. In terms of water consumption, this proposal would use 62% less than the existing site per annum. Climate has been at the heart of the proposals, and the energy model shows a reduction of carbon emissions by 30% above building regulations. The proposals are also targeting BREEAM Excellent. The applicant also agrees to secure a minibus which would allow community use, with the details of the service to be agreed via condition 26. The applicant is also happy with the Parish Council's suggestion to restrict the use of the development to the proposed uses specified within Class E. For these reasons outlined above, we would respectfully request the committee approve the application.
Thank you. Have you any questions, points of clarification from the developer, please? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. You've obviously heard that parking is pretty much the key issue for many people. And just what flexibility would you have if there was a problem, given the site restrictions? How would you resolve that to increase your car parking on site? Because it's all well and good managing it and monitoring it if you can't actually do anything about it if the problem arises. And the other thing is just, I think residents would probably need some more reassurance regards the animal testing possibilities. So if we could have a response on those two, Chair. Thank you.
If I just take the animal testing one first, we discussed this previously with the case officer, and they said that it wasn't a planning consideration and therefore could not deal with it via condition. But also there will be no animal testing on site, first and foremost.
To test
Yeah.
animals on site for R&D requires a very specific and secure site with 2 access points. It's completely different. We're targeting biotech companies and companies scaling out of Baybram Research Campus and other campuses. Animal testing isn't possible to do on the site. It takes large organisations. You know, you've got it at Adam Brooks, but you can't do it on individual sites like this. It's one, prohibitively expensive, and 2, impossible to actually deliver on site. So from an animal testing perspective, there won't be any. And we're happy to also restrict that. It just won't happen on site.
Sorry, the parking point.
Yeah, in terms of the parking point, can we bring our transport consultant to help with that question? Or,
on the parking, we actually went through the pre-app design process with the council and design officers, and the way to increase it is to actually add the deck where we put the existing car park. The reason that we took away the deck, and as it was actually officer recommendation, is because to break up the car parking, they wanted trees in the middle, and they wanted to make sure that, from a SUDS perspective, there was enough surface drainage water. So actually, over the 3 pre-apps, it evolved. The first pre-app we took away. After the first pre-app, we took away the car parking deck, and in pre-apps 2 and 3, the actual space for the car parking evolved, which meant that we had to change the routes. We added the trees. We got rid of all the concrete on the western boundary to make that gravel-based, so that in the future, if the minibus is proving very successful, you can actually get rid of more parking rather than add parking. There isn't, on-site, we've tried to maximise it as best as possible whilst adhering to the other conditions that we need to for planning.
if I can just add to that as well, in terms of the policy consideration, the policy relates to B1. It obviously doesn't incorporate Class E. It's not that up to date. Ours is life science use. It's not a traditional office use. And so we'll have a lower quantum of parking associated with it compared to that office use. That's why it doesn't quite neatly fit in that scenario. But our transport consultant is comfortable with the numbers that we've proposed, that they will be sufficient to meet the needs of the development.
Have we any other?
Heather Williams wants to come back on that.
Heather Williams.
Chair, some of this might be for officers, because I feel that I'm being told an officer position here. But I think the parking obviously is, I appreciate you saying design, but what I've not heard is a proposal as to if there is a parking problem, what flexibility there is to deal with. I've so far been told I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that really gives myself or residents probably any comfort, Chair.
As part of the travel plan, which has to be submitted, we're going to incorporate the transport and parking restrictions in the actual leases of the buildings. So as part of the 5-year plan to actually monitor the travel plan, each company leasing space on this development will have parking restrictions in their lease. So if we can find that actually people are breaking those parking restrictions, parking on Falmouth on the main high street, we can actually enforce against them as part of their lease. So that, in terms of teeth to bite against people abusing the position of the high street, we actually have ways as part of the development to restrict that. So people doing that can be taken action against.
Lisa Redford, Councillor Lisa Redford.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise the quick question of nighttime noise that I think the Parish Council and the resident we heard from raised. I think there was concern that there might be increased noise at night that might cause a disturbance. I just wondered if there were any plans in place to help with that.
Was that noise in terms of people or noise in terms of equipment and machinery?
I'm afraid I'm not quite sure. It was just there was a concern about a 2 decibel noise.
It's to do with equipment. We had a noise assessment which actually assessed the noise and it found that it was in policy, and I think that the council's position, environmental health, also agreed that it goes below the decimal count to actually constitute noise. All the machinery and equipment on site, a lot of it's housed within the buildings. We've actually left a plant room specific in each R&D centre to house a lot of the noisier equipment, but also the equipment on the plant decks has dampers and sort of noise insulation protection on the equipment itself. So from a noise perspective, we don't think that it should go above the levels that we've actually put in the report, and we can then test it once the site's operational to ensure that it doesn't go above agreed thresholds.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I just note from our report, page 40, paragraph 8.103, about the cafe and the gym being open to members of the public. I'm just wondering what the capacity, because normally this would be something for the people on there, and it's public is welcome, but what sort of capacity you envisage that being? As obviously that's something that residents are concerned about, because from the parking perspective, I appreciate the enforcement. Obviously those using the gym and the cafe might not fall in the same category.
The gym in itself is not a very large gym. It's important to have something of a facility like that for people actually working on these R&D centres and campuses so that they can exercise if they want. It will be open to the public on appointment only because it's not a commercial gym. You can book in to do sort of PT sessions as and when you want. So from a gym perspective, we don't think that should increase the amount of traffic onto site from the public. On the cafe, again, it's key and necessary for R&D campuses to have somewhere where people can get hot food in the morning and lunch times. In terms of capacity for the public, it won't be widely advertised. It's very difficult for us to enforce who comes to site, who comes to the cafe or not. What we can do is just ensure that the opening hours of the cafe respect the local boundary and to make sure that those are restricted so that they don't, it doesn't become very, very busy on the weekend, for example, when the actual campus is in operation, not in operation.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams.
Great, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question really on the travel plan, because I think the travel plan seems quite key in managing the parking issue. The proposed minibus links really run north-south rather than east-west. So I think you're proposing minibus from Trumpington Park and Ride and Foxton, which is of course a north-south, essentially north-south train line. So I was just wondering why there's nothing east-west, because if you're wanting to travel to the site from Whittlesford, Great Abingdon, anywhere over there, there really won't be any option other than the car. So what's the thinking behind the north-south?
So Trumpington back in the morning and the evening, so that's once because that's further away. So we do that once, and people wanting to come to that can either come in the morning and leave in the evening. Foxton is our nearest train station, so that's the reason the proposed route was agreed there. Actually, as part of our thinking, Whittlesford is a really key station. So what we're going to do is, and that's why it's important to have a dynamic service, is to actually amend that close to the time to ensure that it goes to both Foxton and Whittlesford at separate times and goes to Trumpington once in the morning and then once in the evening. But we will pick up both stations as part of this plan.
And it's that there is a condition attached to the suggested under condition 26 for the actual details of the service and the route and the timings. So, and that can be discussed and agreed at a later stage.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Okay, now we have the Parish Council. Mr. Councillor David Brock from Falmouth Parish Council. again, it's, you have 3 minutes. Please, we look forward to hearing from you. Do you have your consent of your parish council to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am authorised. I've been nominated by the Committee of Falmere Parish Council to present to you today and to represent the Council. Good morning, Councillors. I am the Chair of the Planning Committee of Falmere Parish Council. I should say I do live next door to the site, and of course I declared an interest at a very early stage in our Council's consideration, and I have a dispensation. I'm also a retired planning solicitor. I've advised South Cambridgeshire District Council in the past, and from 2016 to 2022, I was a member of the Planning Inspectorate's panel of persons qualified to deal with applications for planning permission for nationally significant infrastructure projects, and I served as an examining inspector. Falmere Parish Council explained its concerns in our 15-page consultation response. In 3 minutes, I cannot possibly address them all, but I want to take one very important example, which has already been touched on by you councillors, and which illustrates an overall problem, which I'm sorry to say is there. I'll happily address any others that you want me to deal with if you have any questions. The example is, of course, car parking. We drew attention to the problem in our consultation response. To meet policy TI3 will require between 230 and 385 spaces. Only 184 are to be provided. The shortfall, therefore, is between 46 and 201 spaces, where are, as a minimum, 46, apparently as a maximum 201 cars going to park. The temptation, the actuality is likely to be in the way, on the high street, and probably elsewhere in the village. So we have heard about a parking management plan which is recommended. The parking management plan does not yet exist. But I would say that Mr. Levy has outlined what he considers will be in it, and we think that is good. The parking management plan is to be submitted under condition 27, and there is to be a contribution, we've heard, of £10,000 to parking restrictions, also known as double yellow lines, which will be secured by the Section 106 agreement. But when you turn, councillors, to condition 27, you will see it doesn't give a purpose for the plan. It ought to be stating that there is to be no off-site parking and no parking on the way. But we go on. It does not have a feedback and revision mechanism. Yes, there is monitoring, but as one of the councillors observed just a few moments ago, there is no provision, no proper provision for revised measures if the monitoring tells us that there is parking taking place outside the site in the places where it should not be. May I say there is an equivalent feedback and revision provision in the ecology condition. So why isn't it replicated in this condition? Other recommended conditions, I'm afraid, have other problems of enforceability. They include conditions 6, 8.4, which includes a lift from the County Council's response and simply says, please include wording that, and then there's a long list. Condition 12, 26, 28, and 31.
Can you please wrap up now?
I'm about to conclude. These are not just drafting issues, they are substantive problems. To conclude, many of the matters which we raised have not been addressed in a satisfactory manner or at all. Falmere Parish Council is supportive of the development. We like what we hear from Mr. Levy and his company. However, those things are not being dealt with properly through the conditions, and therefore, regrettably, because the conditions are inadequate, in our view, permission should not be granted at this point in time. The conditions need to go back, need to be revised, and therefore, sadly, with considerable regret, at this stage, we object to the grant of permission. I'm happy to answer any questions which the committee may have.
Do we have any questions, please? Yeah, Councillor Williams, Heather Williams.
I'll be honest, just for ease of my scrolling through, you mentioned the ecology. Do you have the number of that condition? Just because I'm scrolling up and down.
It wasn't one of the ones which I had an issue with, so I haven't got it straight off. And my computer just logged out, so I'm afraid I can't get to it.
It's condition 18.
Councillor Redrup.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite catch all the conditions that you had a problem with. I just wondered if you could repeat that for me,
The
please.
problem conditions include condition 6, which is surface water runoff, condition 8.4, which contains just completely inappropriate words, which mean nothing and indicate that more needs to be written, I'm afraid. Sorry, I say 8.4. Condition 12, which is about the colour of heat pumps, and simply doesn't go on and say, I mean, having made the point that the colour of the heat pumps and some other things is important, but you know, one can change the colour of these things at will. There are permitted development rights for it. It needs to deal with that. Minibus service is silent in the condition as to where the minibuses are going to run. The street furniture and artwork provision is great. It brings in the stuff which has been done by Falmere Primary School, but doesn't deal with its ongoing retention. What about 12, 26, 28 is, sorry, 28 is the street furniture. And then the hours of operation condition is condition 31. Thank you very much for your time.
Now, Rebecca White would like to make some comments on the parking issues.
Thank you, Chair. It's okay. It's Smith, Rebecca Smith. But anyway, I was just going to come back in terms of the conditions that have been referred to. Condition 31 relates to the construction and demolition hours rather than hours of use. We have had a look at the previous permission from 1995, which actually doesn't have an hours of use condition on relating to the site and its operation. It has hours of deliveries and it has hours in terms of noise and levels of noise from the plant and machinery, but there is actually, on the original permission, no restrictions on the hours of use of the industrial estate from the 1995 permission. So working through those other conditions that have been referred to, condition 28, there is, it does refer to the installation, so that the details, so the condition, sorry, I'm getting words in the wrong order. The condition relates to details to be submitted, and then that the development shall be installed in accordance with those details. So we could amend to include and maintained as such thereafter. However, that is not usual wording that we would use but we could amend if committee wished to do so. Condition 26 refers to the minibus service and actually requests all of those details, including the number of services, and as the applicants refer to, the details of what the where the minibus service is going to run to will be included to be submitted as part of that condition. Condition 12 that was referred to, apologies, I could not quite clear what the issue was with that condition. I think Charlotte has got some information that she can come back on regarding condition 8, and the final one was condition 6. Apologies again, if you could clarify what the issue was with condition 6, and then I can have a look at the wording. Thank you.
Condition 12, I'll take a nod or a shake of the head if I get it wrong. I think it was that permitted development rights would enable you to change colour and that sort of thing.
I think potentially they could, but this application requires the details to be submitted. So once we've approved the details, they have to be installed with those in accordance with those details. So if they wanted to change them at a later date, then unfortunately, the wording on that condition says that development should be carried out in accordance with those approved details. So if they wanted to change them at a later date, then they would need to apply for that condition to be varied. We're requesting that the ground surfaces and the heat pumps and all the other plant have to be submitted. So it's a catch-all on all of the plant.
Councillor Heatherwood.
So just if I can clarify what you're saying. So what we're saying is essentially by the wording of the condition, permitted development rights for that removed.
So we haven't removed the permitted development rights, but we have required that those details are submitted for all plant. So if you wanted to change your plant, then you would need to apply to vary, either reapply or apply to vary the condition. Charlotte, did you want to come back on condition 8, please?
Yes, 8.4, there was, sorry, a kind of typo incorrectly in there. I'll just show what I've just been changing. So I believe the issue was because it had been put in that it said please include the wording. That so just removing that, so it should say control of dust, mud and debris in relationship to the functioning of the adopted public highway, including repairs to the highway damage caused by site vehicles. The adopted public highway within the vicinity of the site will change that to shall also be swept within an agreed timeframe as and when reasonably requested by any officer of the local highway authority, and that any highway damage, including verges, will be repaired in a timely manner at no expense to the local highway authority. So I'll just, sorry, just for clarity, just change that to shall. So I hope that makes sense and overcomes the concerns about the wording that the parish councillor raised there. Thank you.
I wondered if Tam Parry can comment on the parking conditions, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the way I envisaged it working was that the feedback mechanism would essentially be that if there's observed vehicles parking outside of the site on the high street or elsewhere in the village, that word would get back to the management of the site. They would have a word with the tenants to try and ascertain whether any of the vehicles were theirs, their employees. If it was found to be that that was the case, then we've already heard about the feedback mechanism through the tenancy agreements. But I was not aware of that. I was seeking some funding to enable us to put in some yellow lines on the highway, should that be necessary. I was particularly concerned if any vehicles, say that sometimes people park on near junctions or on corners, and just places where you don't want vehicles to park. Because they could be, result in a highway safety issue. So that's why I asked for £10,000 to address that and mitigate that concern. At the same time, I thought that £10,000 could be used for any traffic calming in the village that was deemed necessary by the parish council. So the idea is that we would receive that funding prior to occupation, and the county council would hold that funding unless it was requested by the parish council for it to be used, and then we would be happy to pass it over.
Thank you very much. Sorry,
Councillor Brock.
Councillor Brock.
Chair, I come with trepidation because I realise that I've had my go. But the things which have been said by the county council representative are good, but they are not in the permission which you are being recommended to give today. And the suggestion that double yellow lines are put down, this is inimical in the village. And it will just irritate the residents who are there at the moment and park without double yellow lines, without a problem. The problem is coming from here. The applicant has explained to you that there is a mechanism which might solve the problem on site, but which apparently has been earlier rejected. I don't know where that comes or if it isn't good enough to solve it. But the double yellow lines point was put forward to us, that would be the last resort if everything else failed. Can I just say one other thing. No, I'll drop it because it slipped my mind now. I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Smith. Smith.
I can change my name if you like. Just if members are concerned, given what they've heard from the County Council Transport Assessment Consultant, that the condition isn't strong enough, then we can include a line in, or you could ask to include a line into the condition about, similar to that in condition 18, part 4H, which is inclusion of a feedback mechanism. If members were concerned that the condition wasn't strong enough, then we could include a line into the travel plan requiring those details to be submitted.
Thank you very much. Now we'll now move on to the debate, but I'm planned now to have a 5-minute break before comfort break, and then we'll come back at come back at 15:15. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, now we come to the debate. Have we got any, who would like to start the debate? Councillor Heather Williams.
I did feel that there was a pressure as you were both staring at me at that point to start it off. So it is a troublesome one for me, if I'm honest. I think what's being proposed there, the type of development being proposed there is suitable. We know that, and also we know that our local economy supports, needs more lab space. And also from an environmental point of view, I do like the idea, and I think planning policy supports setting up places like this in villages to help replace employment that once upon a time, the farm was the centre of the employment for a village. Those times are changing, and I think employment where people live is an important process. So I'm going to say it's rather than difficult, it's frustrating, this, because in so many ways it represents positive. And I think we've heard that from local residents and the parish council as well, that there is recognised need for this, and the principle of it is not something that I disagree with. I think there is real valid concerns around the parking issue. And my concern is how the applicant will be able to respond if there isn't the effect of the measures that are taking place actually works. And I'm very conscious that when I sat on the Assembly, I think there was for the Greater Cambridge Partnership, once it was discussed about a shuttle bus that was provided for. And Andy Williams said, how many people do you think used it? And the response was none, or sort of one or two. So I think that the sentiment's there, and that's great, but we all know the reality and the practicalities can be very difficult, and the villages aren't somewhere that has the most amount of sustainable transport options. So I don't have a problem with the principle. I think actually, it's the right scale as well, but we have to acknowledge that from the report that there is that sort of parking shortfall. I'd be happier if the decked parking actually was still in, because I can see that the site restraints are difficult because there's only so much space. So I'm disappointed actually that that's been removed, but we have to judge it on how it is at the moment. I think if we are to support it, then the strengthening of the conditions that have been asked for in relation to parking, I would really welcome, and I'm happy to hear back from officers' suggestions around how that could be resolved, particularly about the loop back, because I'm very concerned that we will monitor it, but what can we do at the end of that? I do understand that the gym and the cafe are, and I think actually it's positive that it's open to the public, because we've seen in other applications where that becomes a friction with the local community, but equally it's something that potentially adds to the parking problems. So I'm particularly frustrated as it currently stands. It just feels like there's one more box that should be ticked, and that's the parking. And I'm not quite sure if, for me, the balance enough of it does feel like a risk for the local residents on the parking front. So I'm trying to balance whether I think that risk is mitigated enough with what's proposed. So happy to hear from others. I hope that's opened the debate for you, Chair, that you were after.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Unsurprisingly, I am also going to harp on the parking issue. I look at paragraph 8.78 on page 36 of our papers, and the applicant is assuming 70% of employees will be at work on a typical day. If the intention is to lease these buildings to life sciences companies, we've heard from others that they want their staff pretty much on site all day, every day to use the laboratory space. So this 70% figure suggests a possibly a bigger shortfall, excuse me, shortfall in parking than we've already identified. I also have concerns about the feedback mechanism. I have visions of someone in the village complaining about parked cars, which is fed back to the leasers, and they send their enforcement people down. It turns out to be a neighbour's cars who end up with a massive argument in the village for no particular reasons. It seems very unpractical to me. Like Councillor Heather Williams, yeah, I probably would have preferred to see a two-deck parking ramp to actually accommodate all the possible cars that would use the site. Everything else, you know, the application has merit, but I think the applicant should go away and rethink the parking proposals. Thank you.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested that the Parish Council, in their comments, and Mrs Brock too, said that they opposed it with regret. I think there's a lot of support for the principle of this application, as there was from Councillor Heather Williams earlier on, and I support the principle too. I thought that Mr Levy dealt very effectively with all the concerns and set out a little bit the vision, and I was very glad that we had the opportunity to hear from him on this today. The panel, when they looked at this, said this could be an exemplary development, and I think that is the case. There are clearly some issues that remain to be resolved. As far as the conservation area is concerned, our conservation officers said it would not cause harm, 844. Similarly to neighbouring properties, 8101, and all the properties were considered, as we heard earlier from officers. So we come back to the parking and to the travel plan. On the parking, that was considered in the pre-apps and by the panel, the question of a two-storey car park. Personally, and I have difficulty grounding this in planning regulations, I think that that would have been a white elephant in a few years' time. We're all concentrating on ways of reducing reliance on private cars to get to work. This site has over 150 car parking spaces, and there is a lot of emphasis being placed on minibuses and provision of other alternative methods. Now, the travel plan, I think it must be accepted that as currently written, the condition as currently written may not be sufficiently specific. And I believe that there may be ways of amending that, perhaps in the same way as condition 18, I think it is in relation to biodiversity and environment, has been written. And I think we should have confidence that our officers have picked up the concerns that were raised this morning in relation to that, and those points can be dealt with because these conditions are still to be approved, finalised and approved. So having said all that, I think this could be, should be, can be an exemplary development, and it is the sort of thing that, in my view, we should be encouraging, as Councillor Heather Williams said, creation of replacement employment within the villages, and of course in terms of the general demand for lab space in this area, not just in Cambridge itself, but in the surrounding villages. So I would be inclined to accept the officer's recommendation and vote to approve this.
Councillor Rippeth.
Yeah, really just an additional point about access to the location. And it was mentioned about the shuttle minibus, but it seemed to be like there would be one trip only from the Park and Ride, and then the stations, Whisford and Falmere. So it becomes a bit, if you're going to offer it, maybe offer more journeys, because if if the train is late or whatever, and you've got like only one or two options, then you're slightly stranded. So more people would rely on it if they knew they could rely on it, if you see what I mean. So you get your train and you have the shuttle bus to get you to your place of work. So that might be a way of reducing the need or the likelihood of people saying, well, I will drive because that's the only reliable way of actually getting there. So maybe increase the shuttle bus, but I'm not quite sure how you can put that into a condition to make that happen.
Rebecca Smith, can you answer?
All day now. If I can just draw members' attention to condition 26, which requires details of the minibus service, which includes the hours of operation, number of services and the days of services to be submitted and agreed in writing. So that level of information is still requested to come from the applicant to us. So hopefully they are listening and can take that on board.
Yeah, because it seems like a good opportunity to move people's mindset towards something which is an alternative to using their private car, and to make sure that it does actually work. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. My question is really about, I know from past experience that the viability of a bus or minibus is not always clear if it's only being used once or twice in the morning or once or twice in the evening. Who employs the driver for the rest of the day? And that's one of the things that I'm a bit uneasy about, is whether it's possible to actually recruit a driver for just a few journeys to and from the site in the morning and evening.
I don't know whether that's an issue that we can include in. I don't think it's a matter that we can deal with planning conditions. What's your comments?
I was just say the planning condition relates to the requirement of the provision of that minibus service, and that's the kind of as far as we can go in terms of the planning considerations.
So if they weren't able to employ someone to run a minibus, what impact would that have on the development as a whole?
I think my personal comment would be, well, it depends what they pay them, doesn't it? And they're not restricted in the same way as, say, a public company might be. But there we are. What's the comment you would make?
The only comment I think I can make is that they would need to submit the details of their travel plan, and their travel plan we would approve that, and their travel plan would include that service. If that then changed, then they would need to apply to vary the approved travel plan.
Okay, I would make a comment now that Councillor Redrup.
Oh, thank you, Chair. It was again about the minibus service. I was just wondering if we're talking about a possible feedback mechanism for the parking. Just wonder if there's any scope for that in condition 26 to check that it is working as envisaged, and whether change in route or change in times might be needed to ensure viability.
I can come back on that if you like, Chair. I did suggest, and if members would like to take on board the suggestion for the amendment of condition 26 to include a similar wording to in condition 18, part 4, part H, which includes a feedback and then amendment, tinkering with mechanism, and it's up to members if they want to vote on to include that suggested amendment. But I would kind of tinkering and change minor amendments to wording a condition as part of the delegated authority to to officers to deal with after the decision's been made. But that would be my suggestion, kind of something along that wording.
Okay, so well, I'm going to make my comments first of all in terms of the parking issues. We have a conflict here between concern about the amenity of the parking in the village and our objective to promote active travel and alternative means of transport to the site. They are, in a sense, conflicting, which is why I feel that it's important that we review how it's working in time. But if we don't, my personal view is if we don't maintain the encouragement to use other alternative means of transport, which I see that we're trying to do here, it will encourage further use of the private car, which we're trying to discourage. In terms of the later date, when they do look at the travel, the minibus service, I would comment that we have been told that the service that is provided by Granted Park is well used. So it's obviously possible to devise a well-used minibus service. But they do, as I understand, go to the centre of Cambridge, and they might want to consider that in the future date. And presumably you will learn from experience how that develops. But in general, I'm hesitant about, at this stage, saying that there isn't enough parking. It seems to me that with a travel plan, we should be able to achieve a sustainable solution. Councillor Williams. Heather.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things, one of which I forgot about earlier. So I'll start with that. It was brought to our attention there was conditions around construction hours, but not from operational hours. I'm just wondering if that's something that officers are reflecting on or think would normally be appropriate to apply. Just wondering if that, because that's something that's been raised as concerns about operational hours as well as construction. The other thing, because, like I say, I think there is probably uniformed support to the principle of this. And what we've done previously, where the travel management or a particular area is of concern to various councillors, is that it's been approved, but on the basis that that condition and the transport management plan, or the travel management plan and parking plan in this case, would come back to committee. We've done that before, and then because then there is the process, obviously, that residents would be able to comment. One of the things that's been raised is about, we haven't seen the plan yet. So in a hope to try and find a compromise to make it through, whether that's something that the majority of councillors would be agreeable. Peter Fane traditionally doesn't agree with me on these things, perhaps, I don't know. But Peter Sanford might. He might give me a seconder on it. I just think in the interest of trying to bring everybody to a conclusion that everyone can be on board with and agree with, that may be helpful, Chair.
Can we have some advice whether that's possible, first of all, for us to require somebody to come back to committee?
I believe it's been done in the past, so yeah.
That's right. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Yeah, Peter Sanford. So you, Councillor Fane.
So I'm speaking to the motion as now seconded, Chair, and I oppose it. I said earlier, I think we can rely on officers to have heard the debate today. We have this proposal before us, and everyone will be aware of paragraph 11. We are, if it is sustainable development, we should approve it as early as possible. We should not delay developments in order to discuss minor details that can be resolved by other means. So I am very reluctant to see us ask applicants to come back to us on a future occasion when we can and we should resolve it today.
Do we have any other speakers?
If I can just come back on the hours of use condition. So as I alluded to, the current site, from my understanding from the 1995 permission, has unrestricted hours of use. It's technically the same use class as this site, so that's why we haven't felt that we could restrict the current use when it's actually proposed use, I should say, when it's the same use class as the existing use. And from my understanding of the 95 permission, it has unrestricted hours of use. There's restrictions on deliveries, And we've included restrictions on like noisy construction works, but no, my understanding is there's no actual restrictions on the hours of use, operation, I should say.
Do we have any other comment? Councillor Williams.
I just wanted to clarify that my attempt isn't to frustrate or delay things, but we have had significant concerns in relation to travel plan and parking, and coming back to committee, the difference is that it does give people the opportunity to settle those concerns, but also for residents to have more involvement in that process, and the parish council to potentially have more involvement in that process. And I think that will be vital for everybody to be on board with whatever plan that comes forward does. And actually, it'd be better to have people supporting the project, which might hold up a week or so, but in long term could resolve matters. So that's my sort of reasoning why I think we should support having the condition be determined by committee. And would deliveries, when we have the sort of travel plan, would that include deliveries in that? I'm just thinking that they won't want deliveries unlimited if they're currently restricted.
I don't know whether that's a separate point to the travel plan, I think, really. We keep the motion. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in support of what Vice Chair Peter Fain said, because I feel, although it might be desirable in a way, that the effect of, I mean, if we allowed ourselves to bring conditions back to the committee, I feel it would really limit the bandwidth of the committee in terms of the number of applications that we could bring before the committee. So I agree with Councillor Fain, we should be able to make a decision on this, and to the extent you know, that any details are outstanding, they should be decided by officers.
We've had both points of view. Has anybody else got any comments quickly? Then I think we should go to a vote.
Just for clarity's sake, we are voting on the motion proposed by Councillor Williams. Second.
That's right. We're voting on the motion regarding the travel plan. Yes, please.
Just to clarify in terms of the recommendation, so the recommendation's approved subject to the conditions which is set out in the report, and if I've captured them all correctly, it's amended wording to condition 8, part 4, which Charlotte shared on her screen, amended wording to condition 10 to remove the typo.
No, I think we're just talking about the travel plan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think we can then go on to the other conditions afterwards.
So in terms of the travel plan, which is condition 27, that was to include some wording similar to that included in condition 18, part 4, part H.
Now, as I understand it, is to bring the travel plan back to committee once it comes in. That's what I understood the motion was. Am I correct?
Yes, we can amend the condition with the substantive item. The motion is that condition 27 not be delegated to officers, it would return to committee.
Okay. To a vote. To clarify, if you're voting for the motion, you're voting that the travel plan come back to committee. If you're voting against the motion, you're voting that it doesn't come back to committee. Yeah. We have 2 people who haven't voted. Okay. No, we haven't. Okay, the motion is not carried. we will not send it back to committee if the application is approved.
Chair, may I propose that we now move to a vote on the application?
No. We also wanted to make some alterations to the other conditions. So I think we need to vote that this be delegated to members, to officers to deal with in accordance with the comments on the committee. Are you, Councillor Williams?
Chair, I think we need officers to outline the conditions and the alterations that are going to be made. I wouldn't feel comfortable just saying anything that's come out in the debate. I don't think that'd be fair on officers. We wouldn't have given them a steer then. And I'm still not clear whether the delivery restriction would still hold or whether that's something that we would need to apply.
Okay, I was ahead of myself. So, Charlotte, thank you. If you can bring up your screen for condition 8 and then 10, please. So if I've captured all the proposed amendments, there was amendment to condition 8, which should be coming. Can't see. Which I think members should be able to see on the screen, which deleted some wording and amended some wording slightly in part 4 of condition 8. And then condition 10, which was on Charlotte's presentation, which just deleted the words that she's highlighting there to get rid of the typo that was shall commence, which was on twice. Condition 27, if I've understood it correctly, to include, thanks for scrolling, Charlotte, to include part 4, if you can, oh yeah, she's copied it into part 4, from condition 18, part H, which relates to the inclusion of a feedback mechanism to the local planning authority and the local highways authority, allowing for alteration of working methods, management prescriptions, should the monitoring deem that necessary. And then I'm unclear, and I could take steer from members if there was a request to change, amend or add in wording to condition 28 about once the artwork has been installed as Charlotte's drafted there and maintained as such thereafter. With regards to delivery, I've had a quick flick, and Charlotte can correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't see that we have proposed or suggested a condition relating to hours of delivery. I might have missed it, and if not, then I would suggest we include the same condition that we had last time. I'm hoping Charlotte's scrolling on the 1995 permission, which I can advise members that that was deliveries of HGVs shall not be carried out on the site before 7 a.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. on Saturdays, nor after 7 p.m. on weekdays and 1 p.m. on Saturdays or at any time on Sundays or bank holidays. So there's an option to add that condition as well.
Can we, do anybody have any comments upon these? Can we take these changes by affirmation? Okay. Is everybody happy with that? Those okay? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we come to the main. Sorry, now we come to the main motion, and I think we can put it to the vote now. So can we go to a vote on the application? Just to repeat, if you're voting for the motion, you're voting to accept the recommendation and approve the application. If you're voting against, you're voting to reject the motion, reject the recommendation and refuse the application. Thank you very much. We have 2 people still not voted. Thank you. That's been approved unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. We now move on to the next. Sorry. Yeah. We now move on to item number 6. We have my Vice Chair, Councillor Fain, is withdrawing from this consideration of this application. So I'll need to have another Vice Chair to replace him. I recommend, I will propose Councillor Harvey. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Can I accept my affirmation? Great. Okay. Councillor Harvey. Just for clarity, because I'm wanting more breaks because of particular reasons this time for certain councillors, we will have the presentation by the officer to present the application, and then we'll have another break, and then we'll go on to deal with the comments of the objectors and agents. Thank you very much, Parish Council. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. The application here is 2302823 Full Magog Court, Hinton Way, Great Shelford. The application is for a change of use of 0.91 hectares of agricultural land, including a barn 4, to drive-through phlebotomy, blood testing unit, use class EE, remodeled access, vehicle circulation space, parking, footpath link, dropped curbs, landscaping and associated infrastructure at Magog Court. And the key issues are the principle of development, the design and visual amenity, the landscape impact, biodiversity and the highway network. The application has been called in by Councillor Fain, who's withdrawn from consideration. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Michael Sexton's the presenting officer. Michael, could you present it?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Chair has already introduced the description of development, so I don't propose to reread that part. Just to start off, to draw members' attention to a couple of updates, there was an update report published on Monday which reflects the revised position of Great Shelford Parish Council, so that supersedes paragraphs 6.2 to 6.3 of the main officer report. Also, members would have received an email from Sarah Nicholas at Cambridge Past, Present and Future yesterday afternoon, which refers to the planning history of the sort of wider Magog Court site. That had several attachments, including Magog Court planning history and photos, CPPF's consultation response to the application, which is covered in the main officer report, and a copy of the statement that Cambridge Past, Present and Future will be making to the committee. Just hopefully everyone has seen that. That has been added to the public website, so that is in the public domain. So moving on to the main item, the application is located at Magog Court, outlined in red. This is Babram roundabout leading northwest into Cambridge. Key constraints, the map on the left effectively shows you that the site is contained entirely within the Cambridge Greenbelt, and there is a single listed building to the north of the site beyond some agricultural and commercial buildings. And on the right-hand side is just an aerial photograph to show you sort of the surrounding agricultural context of the site. Magog Court to the north, Babram Park and Ride even further to the north, and some residential properties along Hinton Way you can see to the south of the site. So there's some relevant planning history to this application in that through a prior approval application was granted in July 2022 for the erection of a steel portal frame agricultural building. Just to draw members' attention to paragraph 10.3 of the committee report, which refers to the planning statement that was submitted in support of that application. that set out that the barn was to be used as a general purpose agricultural store for harvest crops and or bales, and when empty for agricultural machinery. These are the approved elevations that form part of that 2022 application and permission, showing a large agricultural barn. Members who attended the committee site visit will have seen the structure as it currently stands on site, which is illustrated in these two photographs that I took during my initial site visit. So you can see that the building is substantially complete, apart from the wall treatments on the four sides of the building. During the course of the application, I was provided with further photographs from the agent when we queried use of the barn, and members who attended the site visit would have seen machinery parked in the barn as part of that site visit. So moving on to the proposed site plan, the barn itself is not moving. Works around the building include increasing the amounts of hard standing to provide the circulation space of vehicles entering the site and moving in and around the barn, and a small area of staff parking to the west of the barn. There is a proposed and secured by condition an additional footway marked here in the dark grey hashing, and a crossing across Hinton Way. These are the proposed elevations of the barn with the walls added. The notable difference really is the insertion of these doors on the side elevations of the barns, which allow cars to pass through the barn. I have later on got a image side by side, but effectively the scale and general appearance of the building is unaltered. This is the ground floor plan that shows how those vehicles would be able to move through the site and how the function would work internally with these cabins that staff would use to carry out the phlebotomy requirements. And this is just an elevation to show these modest cabins. Obviously, they will be contained within the building, so they won't be visible in external views. So just a side-by-side illustration of what the prior approvable barn approved plans were against the proposed plans for the phlebotomy use. As I say, no change in scale in terms of height, length, width, etc. And this is a side elevation. So the building is 48 metres in length, 80 metres in width, has a ridge height of approximately 9.5 metres and an eaves height of 7 metres. Within the proposal, there are a number of landscape enhancements that are incorporated within the scheme, which contribute positively to the proposal and to the biodiversity net gain that will be achieved. These include notably enhancements to the hedgerow on the southwestern boundary of the site and eastern boundary as well, secured by conditions, along with conditions for landscape management and maintenance as set out in the report. So the key issues before members today, as set out in the committee report, are the principle of development, noting that there is a prior approval consent here that has been implemented. The fact that the application site is within the Greenbelt and within paragraph 150 of the MPPF, the reuse of existing buildings, provided they are substantial, is appropriate development in the Greenbelt. Design and visual immediacy, as set out in the report, this is obviously a building that is currently in place. The general external appearance of that building is largely unaltered as a result of the proposed development. And that links in sort of the landscape impact in terms of local landscape and wider landscape. The general agricultural form of the building is retained. There is a biodiversity net gain, as alluded to previously. And highway network, I'm sure, will be a key part of the debate. There is a transport assessment that supports the application. It has been considered by the local highways authority and the transport assessment team at Cambridge County Council to be acceptable in both highway safety terms and in terms of the impact on the highway network. There is a condition that restricts the hours of operation of the building, and they will be operating outside of peak time. Therefore, there's not considered to be an impact on the highway network and the Baburn Road roundabout in particular, and other matters as set out in the committee report. The consideration of the application leads officers to conclude a recommendation of approval, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as set out in sections 11 and 12 of the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have first of all the questions of the application of of the officer, please. Have we any questions or clarification? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, could you return to the site plan and point out the exit and entrance to the site, please?
So the entrance to the site is using the existing access from Hinton Way into Magog Court, which is located further along this road to the north. Accessing this proposed site, you would enter through that existing access, which is unaltered, turn right, and then you'd be able to enter along this track, which will allow cars to move in and out of the site freely.
Thank you.
I've got a question. I think it would be helpful because a lot of people have commented that it should be considered as a new building in the Green Belt. If we had comments from the officer and perhaps from the legal officer to explain why it's been considered as a change of use.
Thank you, Chair. I think all I would do is direct members to the committee report and section 10, the planning assessment, which provides a planning background. Paragraphs 10.1 through to paragraph 10.22 outline the case of why this is considered to be a building that can be considered a change of use, as set out in the report, and as you will have seen on site and from the photographs. The main structure of the building has been erected and the roof is in place. There are foundations in place as part of that structure. So in planning terms, it is considered a building. I have referenced a couple of appeal decisions and some case law in respect to other types of development that have been considered to be a building in planning terms. I've also set out in the report the implementation of the use in paragraphs 10.6 to 10.8, and it is why I shared the additional photographs and alluded to the description of development from the prior approval that the use did include the storage of agricultural machinery, and clearly at certain points in time the building has been used to store agricultural machinery. So in planning terms, that is why officers are recommending this is considered as a change of use application as opposed to a new build.
Thank you very much. I thought it needed repeating. Vanessa.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So, the Building Regs Act describes building means any permanent or temporary building, but not any kind of structure or erection. And a reference to a building includes reference to parts of a building. I've looked at this and discussed it with Michael several weeks ago. This building structure, whichever we call it, is deemed to be a building in planning terms. Furthermore, the Building Safety Act, a structure that's not attached to any other structure is a building. I am satisfied this is a building and the change of use can go forward.
Thank you. Have we any further questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Equally to note, it's nice to have you back, Michael, in coming to committee. We missed you in strategic sites, definitely. So I just wondered if my understanding is obviously around the fact that there has to be a certain proximity to the hospital with the previous site. Could you just give us an indication perhaps on a map or Google Maps sort of where that fits within this boundary? Because obviously we would hope that it was the best possible place for what it's seeking to deliver.
I can share Google Maps with you to give you an indication of where we are in the wider context. So you'll see Bayburn Roundabout here where my cursor is circling, and Adam Brooks Hospital conveniently labelled by Google Maps to the northwest of the site. For reference, as set out in the report, this is an existing facility that needs to be relocated from currently operating out of Newmarket Road Park and Ride, which is located further north here. As set out in the report, there is an alternative sites assessment, has been through a number of sites. One of the criteria is being within 2 miles of Addenbrooke's Hospital. Clearly this does place it closer than the current facility, but I'm not sure that's necessarily something we've weighed in the planning balance. We've assessed this site, but yeah, for context, you have Baber at the site, at McGod Court here, and the hospital to the northwest.
I've got a question. Will the site only be used for National Health Service blood tests, or will it be used for private blood tests too? It may be a bit bizarre, but my wife is Polish. I spent time in Poland, and I know that in Poland, for instance, there were a very large number of private blood tests. It's a bit of an obsession there. And in view of the problems with the health service, I just wondered whether that might actually be an issue in terms of the amount of usage that you might have on the building.
So the proposal is for a blood testing unit, and we have looking to restrict that under condition 17 of the commission. I suspect that question might be best placed to the applicant when they speak to clarify.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we seem to have finished. Oh, sorry, Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, is the size of this facility and the number of patients expected to be served the same as for the Newmarket Road Park and Ride facility? I'm just trying to get at whether there's an increase or not in the traffic on the network. Thank you.
I don't have the details of the scale of the Newmarket Road Park and Ride site, so I can't confirm those, but certainly the transport assessment that's been submitted is based on that use, sort of continuing in terms of scale and numbers, and the number of vehicles you expect to be visiting the site at any one time is based on the existing facility. My understanding is it's not expected that that facility will expand as a result of this relocation, but again, the applicant may be able to provide further clarification on that. But certainly the transport statement and what we've assessed is based on simply moving the site and continuing that level of use.
Thank you. Chair, may I ask a second, please? The papers mentioned cycling, parking and that being covered. I couldn't see any diagram of that or any condition about how that would look. I just wonder if there is any protection to make sure that that cycling, parking is provided in a covered way. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, the site plan shows an area of cycle parking outside the building next to the car parking. I don't believe that's currently shown as covered, but were members minded to support the application, we could certainly add a condition to any permission to require details of covered cycle parking to come forward. That it may be chosen that that is moved into the building, I don't know, but we could certainly have a condition to secure those details.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. In a similar vein, I think one of the points raised by the parish council was that, and I agree, it's rather surprising that there's no mention of photovoltaics because, you know, it's one of the most common comments that I get when I'm sort of talking to residents of South Cambridgeshire that, you know, why have we got so much industrial building roof space unoccupied by photovoltaics? And I know normally there are issues and problems around that because quite often the tenants are not the owners and there are problems with sort of, you know, coordinating the owner of the building with those that occupy. But I would have thought in this case, given that I think the health use is being sort of used as part of the justification for this, in that it provides a public benefit, I would have thought the quid pro quo of that is that we should at least be doing the best we can with that building at the stage that it's at and the opportunity it provides to provide some low carbon energy.
Is there a question here?
Well, there is a question. Can we include that in a condition, is the question.
Chair, through you, can I just remind members you are considering the application before you?
Yes.
Only.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I'm really asking if that could be. Okay, maybe I should retract that and save it for a later point.
I can clarify if you like, Chair. We did talk, I did speak with our sustainability officer on this point. I think because of the nature of the end use being a drive-through facility and the internal arrangements having cabins, it's not like this is changing to an office use. So there's not that heavy energy demand. So in this instance, solar panels haven't been considered appropriate for the end use of the building and the proposal that's before you. But certainly I think in general terms, we would encourage that and support that, but it's the specific end use in this instance that we haven't. That's why that hasn't been brought into this proposal. So,
have you any more questions, comments? Councillor Williams.
I was just going to invite Councillor Harvey to clarify something he said, because he mentioned the word quid pro quo, which obviously is not something that happens in planning. There is no bargaining or favouring as it's said. So I imagine that was a sort of an example of explaining, about trying to get the best from the development, and wasn't suggesting that there is quid pro quo in our planning service. So I thought I'd give Councillor Harvey the chance to clarify that.
Yes, well, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. And yes, I probably should have chosen my words more carefully. So really, I am over-extemporised, and what I was really questioning was, or really pointing out, the point made by the parish council that there was no provision made for photovoltaics. I'm just really wanting to flag that, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Could I simply ask, from a point of information, should the applicant later desire to put on solar panels on the roof, he would probably be able to do that within permitted development rights?
I would have to check the regulations. I know certainly if it's an agricultural building, there are certain PD rights that are restricted. So with the end user class EE, I can look into that and come back, but potentially under PD or through a planning application, but I would have to look.
Okay, I think, have we got just Councillor Williams? Okay, just this, and then we'll have a break for a comfort break, thank you.
I was just going to suggest that to try and actually move us away from, as important as solar panels, we have had the advice that we have to judge the application as it is. I'm sure that officers of the council in various departments can give advice as to how to do that if they so wish, but just trying to keep us back on track, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I'll have a comfort break of 10 minutes to 12:20, and then we'll come back and deal with the comments of the other participants in consideration of this application. Thank you very much. application. Just to note that we've had a representation by the both parish councils now, and I've accepted that both parish councils can speak for the 3-minute period when it comes to that point. First of all, we have the objector, Sarah Nicholas from Cambridge, past, present and future, who's speaking online. Sarah, we allow 3 minutes for the presentation. Could you please keep your time to 3 minutes? I will break in if you exceed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This application is an example of people using loopholes in the planning system to get development in locations where it wouldn't otherwise be allowed, and be able to do this over and over again. Should members decide to approve this application, then there is a likelihood that we will see more applications on this site and erosion of the greenbelt. This barn was allowed to be built through prior approval, which provides a streamlined process bypassing the need for a full planning application. It allows development necessary for the purposes of farming. It is not to allow buildings only to apply to change their use. The recommendation to allow this development in the greenbelt is being justified on the grounds that the agricultural use has commenced and that it is a substantial construction. I do not consider that this is the case. Work on Barn 4 commenced about a year ago and quickly got to the stage you see today. It has stood empty for all that time. Despite there being one period of harvest in this time, it has never been used to store grain. It has only been in the last few weeks that we've seen a few pieces of agricultural equipment placed under the roof in an attempt to convince the council that the agricultural use has been implemented. The second justification to allow this development is that the building is a substantial construction. If by substantial we mean large in size, value or importance, then yes, it's big, but it's of little value or of importance because it can't be used for the purpose it was built for. If we ask whether the building is substantially complete, so that is fit for its intended purpose, and the owner can occupy and use the property, then no, it is incomplete, it is missing its walls, it is not weathertight, and cannot be used for grain storage. It is not sufficiently complete for the NHS to occupy or utilise the building without significant works. I therefore argue that the proposal does not comply with National Greenbelt policy, which allows the reuse of a building provided the building is of permanent and substantial construction. The proposal is not reusing a building because the building has never been used, and is not a substantial construction because significant works are needed to make the building usable. Allowing this development will not preserve the openness of the greenbelt, and therefore conflicts with the purposes of including the land within it. Even now, with the barn just being a skeletal frame, it blights views when approaching Cambridge and from the country parks of Magog Down and Wandlebury. Once completed and in operation, and with 250 to 300 cars a day queuing through the site, it will totally change the rural character of the area. I highlight the concerns of local residents of the significant increase of vehicular traffic, and with the order of 35 cars an hour arriving and departing the site, and the effect this will have on their residential amenity, rural landscape and highway safety. The current site at Newmarket Road benefits from a non-residential location and not being in the greenbelt. The sequential test should have prioritised these requirements. We ask members to refuse this application on the grounds that it uses a building which was only allowed because it was for agricultural purposes. It introduces a use incompatible with its location in the greenbelt and intrusive in the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for points of clarification from the speaker? Thank you very much. I now call upon the agent for the applicant, Karen Charlton, with support from other people. Just to remind you, we restrict people to 3 minutes. I'll call you to close if you reach 3 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the committee. My name is Karen Charlton and I am from Cambridge University Hospitals and I'm joined by my colleague Michael Hendry from Navigate Planning. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the officer for the constructive pre-application discussions and also the well-reasoned report. And of course, we welcome the recommendation of approval. The officer has clearly explained the process by which the recommendation has been reached, and I don't propose to reiterate the case. The building, as members have seen, exists and will continue to exist, regardless of the decision taken today. The proposal is for the change of use of the building to provide vital phlebotomy services and blood sampling services to support the region's healthcare system. The off-hospital location allows an increase in the clinical capacity of the hospital, making best use of the available space for healthcare. The off-site nature of the proposal was started during the pandemic to improve access for our patients and to ensure that patients can continue to have vital blood sampling services during the pandemic. And it also freed up some space in the hospital setting that was already quite cramped. And it has been quite a success with many more patients having blood samples taken than pre-pandemic. The existing facility has to move from Newmarket Road Park and Ride, and that was a concession at the time during the pandemic when that was set up. And if you know the site, you'll know that that is made up of tents and some cabins. And we have had this extended on 2 occasions. But as people are coming back to Cambridge and there's a need for park and ride services, there is a need for us to move the service and also find a permanent location for the service, for our patients and also for our staff who deliver the service there. The clinical teams are very clear of the benefits of a drive-through facility. We have, during the pandemic, looked at a number of other options as well, in housing, in the new development, even city centre locations, but the drive-through clinical model is really beneficial. So rather than us having to lift and shift the phlebotomy service becoming a nomadic service, we need to find a permanent solution. And so following the sequential test that we've looked at both on-site and off-site, this site was chosen and considered the preferred location. Pre-application discussions were undertaken with the officers and the application was made. And while it was acknowledged there's some local objections, the proposal operates outside of the core traffic hours, peak hours, and is contained close to the Bayburn Park and Ride and the Bayburn Road roundabout, and it is supported by the county highways. This also then represents a wider public health benefit and is considered by officers to be appropriate development in the green belt. As part of the application, additional pedestrian footpaths and crossings are proposed along with further landscape planting to increase the accessibility. So I just want to thank the officer and just reiterate the officer's recommendation, and I thank the committee for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or points of clarification from the developer? No. Councillor Redrow.
I'd just be grateful for some clarification on the benefits of drive-through service, please. I guess we're kind of trying to reduce car use, and so it would just be useful to see why you think a drive-through service is the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Our clinical colleagues who deliver this service day in, day out are very clear of the benefits of this. It allows for patients to just drive through, have their samples taken and drive right out. So it also reduces the need for trips to the hospital, coming to the hospital, finding their way into the hospital. And what we've done here is try to also accommodate those patients who might need additional support by having some of that support accommodation if they need to be brought into a treatment facility to have their blood taken. So try to really think of both of those patient cohorts. But the main aspect, as we've seen very successfully, is through the drive-through and being able to increase the throughput.
Councillor Rip.
Could you just clarify, could you clarify a little more why you wouldn't want to move to a nomadic service. It might be obvious, but I'd like to hear it from you. Thank you.
Thank you for the very good question. If any of the members have seen the facility, you'll know that it is made up of temporary tents, if you like. There's some cabins in there that we've put in over time to improve the environment for working for staff. During the adverse weather, we have to close the service. If there's high winds, we have to close the service, impacting up to 300 patients a day, which then impact on their treatment journey and also their diagnostic journey. So the cost incurred in that, the lifting and shifting and maintaining that, is quite significant for the healthcare service. So what we are proposing is making an investment in setting this service up in the drive-through to ensure that we've got the appropriate weather protection and adequate environment for staff to work in, because without staff we can't operate the service. And most importantly is the continuity of service, because if we have to shut the service down to relocate it, we have to shut it down for the period of breaking it all down, then moving it, then reinstating it. So it's the continuity of the patient service that's really quite key.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I have used the Newmarket Road Park and Ride service, and it was very quick. I was a queue of one, as the person who dealt with me announced very happily. But I do know from local chatter that sometimes people have to wait an hour or more. So I'm just worried about cars queuing for an hour. And what provisions there would be in place to make sure that the throughput is very quick and there aren't cars idling and people waiting for an hour, and whether there's sufficient provision for, if there is a build-up of cars, the space.
Thank you very much. I think one of the key things is in setting up a permanent facility, we have got a greater opportunity to streamline the pathway, and also by utilising aspects like pre-booking is certainly something that we can have a look at, and I'm sure the clinical service will be very keen to ensure that the throughput is such, because nobody wants to have our patients wait, and the worst thing would be is patients wait so long they then decide to go away and have to come back again. So it's in all of our interest to ensure that the throughput is as expected.
Yeah. I have a question that I was referring to earlier on. Will you be only dealing with NHS patients, or will you also be dealing with private patients as well? As I explained, you may have heard that I'm experienced that in other countries you do have quite a lot of private patients. It's quite frequent, and I'm worried that considering the position in the health service now, people may be encouraged to do so, and it might increase. I just wonder what the position is.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for reminding me of that particular question. This is predominantly an NHS facility, so you can't just decide you have a blood test referral and you turn up and you have your blood taken. So it will be referral through GP or through the hospital. So that's predominantly NHS service.
Thank you. Councillor Redbrook.
Thank you for letting me go again. I just remembered that Mr. Sexton advised I asked my question to the applicant, and that was about whether the size of the facility and number of patients expected to be served at this new proposed facility would be similar to the Newmarket Road Park and Ride facility.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the proposed throughput is around the same, about 300 patients a day. I think what we will benefit from is a better aligned site, and therefore we can be more efficient in the layout. But we have seen an increase pre-pandemic, and so we are looking to maintain that around 300 a day.
I would also like to ask, there's reference to the number of public transport access, and it's only through the bus to Haverhill, which is half hourly. It may be in your existing facility, do you have many people using public transport? What sort of proportion might come by public transport? And do you consider that, for instance, Abraham Road Park and Ride might be near enough for people to come there and walk, or in terms, particularly for somebody taking a blood test, they may not, what their health might be.
I'll just ask my colleague, my colleague to take that.
Thank you, Chair. So currently at the Newmarket Park and Ride site, there's not the provision for people to walk through the drive-through facility, but that's something that we're looking to incorporate as part of this proposal, and also as part of that there's provision for motorcyclists and cycle parking on site, so they can come either by bicycle or motorcycle or by the park and ride and then walk across to the facility and still have their blood taken.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? No, queries. Thank you very much indeed. Now I move to the parish councils. First of all, can we have Mr. Greg Price from Great Shelford Parish Council, who will be speaking online. Just to remind you, we limit you to 3 minutes, and we'll break. I'll stop you if you exceed the 3 minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, have you had approval of your council to speak?
Yes, I can just confirm that I have the consent of the Parish Council and I am chair of the Council Planning Committee. I'd also like to declare an interest in that I am an individual who would make service or make use of phlebotomy on a regular basis. And I should also declare that I work for a healthcare provider, and that will influence some of the comments. We initially supported this proposal, but having reviewed it, we now object, and we have a number of grounds. The first of these is traffic. This facility will significantly increase, about 25 to 30% increase in vehicle movements within the vicinity of the development, which gives increasing concern for road safety of all users of the highway, but would also have a detrimental effect on the environment. We are aware that there are often significant delays at the current facility with people waiting up to 90 minutes. And as this is a drive-through only service, the stop-start nature of queuing traffic would increase the amount of pollution on this in this area. And that's on top of the pollution that will become with the increase in traffic. And we note that the figures within the initial application were worked around the 180 pass-throughs per day, and we're looking at 300 plus for this development. Although the facility is proposed to close at 4:30 p.m, traffic will still be moving at a time when there is already an increase in traffic, in part due to school collections both locally and from the city, shift change at the hospital, and those who are looking to beat the rush hour. Access to the site is on a corner off a roundabout from a major A road, which is an arterial route into Cambridge. We have assumed that the majority of users will be coming from this road, the A1307, and that they will want to return this way, meaning that they will have to negotiate the oncoming traffic. However, it is inevitable that there will also be a significant increase in the traffic along Hinton Way as people from the west of the city and the region access it. Otherwise, they would have to come a very long circuitous route. Hinton Way speed limit has been changed to 30 miles an hour, but there are significant numbers of reports of speeding, and it's felt this access is not suitable for the number of anticipated vehicles to the site. We understand that the government has set out 5 purposes for the Greenbelt. One of those is to preserve the setting and special characteristic of historic towns, another to safeguard the countryside from encroachment. With this in mind, the Parish Council created a position statement on the Greenbelt, which can be found on our website. We cannot see any good reason why the Greenbelt is being chosen for this development. No analysis has been provided, and with this in mind, we feel that if there is a requirement for a phlebotomy unit, and we would not argue that there isn't,
Would you
The land,
please wrap up, please?
sorry, that there are alternatives, including on the biomedical campus itself. And if I could just make one other point, this is a drive-through facility. There is nothing in the plans to show access by cyclists and pedestrians other than by staff. And we are of the view that this is contrary to the Trust's legal obligations under the public sector equality duties and under their carbon obligations and general condition, service condition 18 of the
Thank you very much.
contract.
Now, have we any questions for points of clarification from the Parish Councillor? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Probably not for the speaker, but on the context of what you said, we've just been sold about obligations being contrary. Just looking for legal advice. Is that something that we can take into consideration in the planning process or not?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Do you mean the legal obligations of the Trust? No, I'd have to consider that. That's not something I can do off the hoof. I don't believe we can, but the Trust legal the Council is not bound by the Trust legal obligations. This committee is bound by the remits of planning, not legal obligations of the NHS Trust.
Have you any other queries? Points of clarification? Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Barbara Kettle from Stapleford Parish Council. Can I ask if you've got the approval of your council to speak for them?
Yes, I have approval of the Parish Council. I have responsibility for planning matters on Stapleford Parish Council.
Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes. I'll stop you if you exceed that. Thank you very much.
Right, I'd like to reinforce a couple of points that have been made, one by Sarah, the previous speaker, in terms of the use of that building. As she stated, a piece of machinery has been put in it in the last few weeks simply for photographic purposes. Prior to that, that building had stood totally empty for the whole time it's been in situ. The other thing is that this is planning by stealth. This is the third barn, at least, that has been put onto this site with the grounds that it was needed for agricultural purposes, never been used for agricultural purposes, and has become an NHS subsidiary building. And the previous one is the one next to it, which is well hidden from view, which is one good thing, and was used for COVID testing. And during the time that was at its peak, there were queues all the way round the Baberham Road roundabout and down Hinton Way. Traffic was at a standstill. The engines were all running. The environmental impact of such traffic is appalling in what is a green belt site. The site is proposed as a drive-through facility. There's been comments made that you can actually access it from the Baberham Road Park and Ride. That is not possible. As we will all know, the A1307 is subject to major activity at the moment to try and make it a usable road which has no congestion. And there is no public footpath. There is no way to cross the 1307 as a pedestrian or a cyclist, for that matter, from the Baberham Road Park and Ride. You cannot get to this site. So from that angle, it also says that this is permitted use. Well, it's not permitted use because it doesn't comply with any of your Greenbelt policies. It is not to be used for the community in terms of any sort of gym or public facility, whatever. This is an NHS business that is being put in there. When the permission was given originally, it was to be that the barns would never be on view. And as you've seen from the pictures, this is just blatantly not true. It is an absolute eyesore on the landscape, especially if you're looking towards the Gognagog Hills. The whole thing is just, all you can see is this great big shell of a barn. And to finish with this, we really do not see how it can be passed through as an acceptable change of use when it's never been used for anything at all, whatever the officers seem to think, you're being duped and you're having the wool pulled over your eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any points of clarification? Thank you very much, Councillor Kettle. Now we have a local member, Councillor Peter Fain, who will give his opinion. And Peter, I don't think I need to outline the conditions that you speak. Thank you very much. Problem with your microphone, Peter.
So thank you, Chair. I don't intend to take the 3 minutes. I think it's important for the members of the committee to just consider the full planning history of this site and the previous use of permitted development rights for agriculture in 2011, now converted, 2014, 2016, and of course 2022. There is a consistent history on this site. One of the buildings, as was mentioned earlier, the rather similar building, slightly smaller next door, has been used for drive-through tests in the past, and it was mentioned that did create a few problems, but it is on the same site, or next door on the site. I'm not quite sure whether that was apparent in the sequential test in November 22. Now, I think it's already been made clear, the question of the planning status of this building. It is without doubt a building. The question is whether it is a building with planning status. Because if the permitted development right has not been met, that is, the building has never been used for agriculture, which I think we can establish, then that puts it in a different category. The case was strongly made for the need for grain storage. It was proven at an earlier stage, or accepted by the council, that there was a need for up to 2,500 cubic metres of grain, 4 different crops to be stored on this site, and that this building was necessary for that purpose. I have seen nothing to suggest that if that was true then, it is not true now, and therefore it is reasonable to expect that there may be further applications under permitted development rights on this site in due course. And I would confirm from my knowledge that there was no machinery stored in that site before harvest. That is, at the time this application was submitted, the conditions of planning permitted development right had not been implemented. So my recommendation to the committee would be to refuse this application, that is effectively to defer it, to invite the applicants to come back with a fresh application which can be considered as a new application in the Green Belt, which is the way this ought to be considered. Because ultimately, if the permitted development rights which we use to secure this building are not complied with, then it is perfectly possible with a prefabricated building of this nature to remove it from the site. That has been done for other such buildings in the past. In that case, it would then be possible to consider the very considerable landscape effects of this building, which were not submitted as part of the consideration for the permitted development right application earlier. And it would indeed be possible under new application if the developers wish to, to even consider the Vice Chair's suggestion of photovoltaic panels as well. But that would be a separate matter. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any points of clarification from Councillor Fain? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Fain, you'll appreciate the balance that we need to strike today. But could I just be clear as to what your request is of committee? Is it because I heard the word refuse and defer both mentioned. So could I just clarify what it is that you're asking committee to do, and if it was a refusal, is there a particular policy or something that you have in mind for our grounds to do so?
My recommendation is that this be considered on another occasion as a new application and not as a conversion of a building which has already been used, because the committee has heard evidence that it has not been used for the purposes for which it secured permitted development rights.
Do you have other points of clarification? Thank you, Peter. Now, so I think that now we're coming to the debate. Who would like to open the debate? Councillor Williams.
I think I might start with some further clarification from officers, if that's okay with you, Chair, just based on what we've heard.
I think it's necessary.
Thank you. And then I might come back for the debate, if that's okay, when I've had time to consider that. I think for us, as Councillor Faines just referenced, we are clear that the legal position of the building is that it is a building. But this sort of usage, the fact that we don't have evidence of it having actually been used for its initial purpose, what, in a planning sense, can we give balance or weight to from that? And if we could, I think that would be really helpful for us to have advice from officers, because that does seem to be the crux of the issue, not minimising the other things that have been raised, but does seem to be the balancing point.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, this was a point of discussion that we've had lengthy discussions on, and I think as set out in paragraphs 10.6 and 10.8 of the report, we were keen to establish that use had commenced, because as you see in my site photos, when I attended the site, the building's empty. It is an active farm site, and there is photographic evidence of machinery being parked in the barn. And as alluded to in the report, the original prior approval application was for the storage of grain and, when empty, the storage of agricultural machinery. So, there is evidence that agricultural machinery has been parked in the barn, therefore that use has been implemented in planning terms. And it was there when we visited the site, for a planning committee site visit, members would have seen parked agricultural machinery there. So I think in legal terms, we would be satisfied that that use has been implemented.
Have we any other points on debate? Councillor Redrup?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little bit repetitive with Councillor Williams, but it's just from my mind. So what we're saying legally is that there is no minimum length of time of use before a change of use can come into practice. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair. Commencement has taken place. The fact that there is machinery in that barn. Now, any farm building, so I speak generally, or any permission, it would only take one day to implement it. The fact that the machinery is in there is implementation. That may not be palatable, but that's it. It's rather like commencement of development. You just need to stick a spade in the ground.
Councillor Hall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, first, is it legally significant that, as I think Councillor Fain mentioned, or would it be significant if that agricultural use had not happened before the application was submitted? Or is that irrelevant?
I don't think it is irrelevant, but the evidence that the officer gathered was that when he undertook his site visit, that machinery was there.
Thank you. But was that visit before or after the application was made, I suppose is the question.
I'll pass that question over to the planning officer.
So I visited the site during the course of the application, and the machinery wasn't part there at the time of my site visit. I think I tried to make that quite clear in the presentation. However, obviously this structure, and as mentioned in third-party comments, was constructed some time ago, and we don't have the benefit of 24-hour CCTV about when or when not the first use or parking of agricultural machinery commenced. I don't think that was monitored 24/7 by the local community. Fully appreciate that when driving past, it may not have been evident there was machinery there. So, yeah, a challenging question to answer in full, but certainly in terms of determining the application, that use has commenced.
But it draws the point that you could have only seen it after the application has been made, because you would only be considering the application after it had been made. The legal point is we were asking was, if it hadn't been started before the application was made, is that relevant to our consideration? I would like the legal advice on that.
We have no way of knowing. We have the applicant saying it was commenced. We don't have any benefit. It's something Michael and I did discuss. We looked at Google Earth. We took as much, we looked at as much as we could. When Michael undertook his site visit, the agricultural machinery was in there. No, it wasn't. But, yeah, since the application was validated, and now we've seen that evidence. But the officer, can only go on what the applicant says. We don't have any other information to go on.
Councillor Riff.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Sanford was first.
Sorry, I have them the other way around, but Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just step back and look at the big picture? We've been asked to approve a drive-through facility at a time when the council is trying to encourage people to use active travel. Yes, I understand there's a facility at Newmarket Road Park and Ride site that needs to be closed, but are we actually following our own policies by moving it down to a rural area and potentially causing traffic chaos and pollution in the Shelfords and Stapleford, as we've heard? I can't help thinking that the NHS, with a little will, could probably find a little corner of the Addenbrooke site to build a permanent facility where the patients could arrive by the frequent bus service and maybe in a couple of years, even by train. Let's face it, which organisation has to deal with respiratory diseases and the other conditions brought on by pollution? It's the National Health Service. So I would have thought it was in their own interest to look for an alternative to a drive-through service. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Rippeth.
Yeah, my point was very similar, that I just think this is the wrong site and also the wrong sort of emphasis on just the prospect, the real prospect, if something doesn't go exactly to time, of there being, a slight delay and then you've got a queue of traffic. Sorry, the point's been made. I won't be voting for this.
Councillor Williams.
Okay, and I think it could be very easy for us to go outside the planning sphere on this application. Like, there's lots of things coming in. So I'm going to do my best, Chair, to forgive me if I don't touch on everything. I'm going to try and bring it down to the planning elements. So one of the planning elements we've been asked to consider is, it was suggested sort of planning by stealth, and we've been given all the different applications and the site and a loophole. Now, I think many of us on this committee share the frustration of people in general using and exploiting loopholes, but they are loopholes, and by definition, we can't refuse on those areas. So share the frustration, but I think we wouldn't survive at appeal if we were to do that. So that sort of discounts that element. Then we have whether it is a building or not a building. I think everyone's agreed it is a building. I never thought I'd be using that phrase, but I think in this circumstance it is correct. And then we have the use. I understand the questioning around when that happened, but I share the dissatisfaction that there isn't a minimum requirement, as Councillor Redrup and Parish Council said, it's not for a long period. I equally share the frustration because it makes communities quite hostile to when agricultural buildings do need to be, it makes people sceptic of that. And actually, there is a need for more grain storage and everything that they have been given permission for. So, sort of lets the whole side down, as it were, when this happens. But I think the timing of the occupation is something that really would be material, because if that was the case, we now know that it has started. So simply a completely identical application could happen, and they said there's the evidence that happened before. Do you see what I mean? So the timing is frustrating, but I think it wouldn't change the end result. So we're kind of stuck, I think, with the principle of, when it comes to drive-through facility off campus, and we look at sort of the need, I think there is an identified need. Yes, we need to support people going through other methods, other forms of transport, but ultimately there is still a lot of people that are car dependent, and equally, I think back to when I was having daily scans and sort of every other day blood tests when I was pregnant. And at the start of my pregnancy, I was having my immune system suppressed. So coming into contact on public transport was a no-no. And there will be people that require regular blood testing that will have those same, risks. So I don't think there will ever not be a situation where a personal vehicle would be required. You just hope that the volume reduces. So I think there is a need for it. What I think is potentially up for us to debate is whether there is additional substantial harm created in the traffic movements. And I think, and we have on there the key issue of sort of highway network. 300, people are going to shout at me, I think, if I've got that number on, but what I heard was 300 a day. And between 9:30 and 4:30, that's 7 operating hours. There's going to be peaks. People are going to go at lunchtime, most likely, or school pickup just before. That is like 47, 48 an hour. That is quite a high volume. From reading through the report, and I know Michael will definitely correct me if I'm wrong, there isn't a sort of capacity restriction on the application. I'm waiting for a...
Can I jump in at this point? Because we have obviously heard the debate from all parties, and if planning permission were to be granted, I think we could consider including a planning condition to require an operational management plan to secure how many appointments would be made available per hour, pedestrian cycle access arrangements. So I think some of those, obviously the transport team at County have advised that there's no highway safety and highway network issues arising from this, but I think we could further refine the use of the building through an operational management plan condition. So that might help alleviate some concerns on that point.
Right. So if I can continue, Chair, I'll forgive the very useful comments. Because I think the highway network, but I was just going to say, we have an issue that we don't have a statutory objection. And for those that aren't familiar, I know most people are, we know that, again, when things go to appeal, it's very difficult to use that in order to common local knowledge. It's frustrating, particularly on flooding and traffic. We just know doesn't get given the same weight as the statutory consultees. So while I might take issue with their response, that is what we're dealing with. I do like the sound of the operational your words, whatever it was there, Michael, operational management plan. I do think that would settle potentially a lot of concerns, so long as the local community gets to properly get involved and is consulted on that. So my view is that, yes, loopholes are being used, but we can't do anything about it other than try to, you know, have that change at a different level. I think there is a need for it. I think the location in its proximity to Addenbrooke's, to be able to get, we know it needs to be within a certain distance. It probably is an ideal from a logistics point of view. But equally, I don't want to see an adverse impact on the residents. And I'm just I'm frustrated for the second time today. But I do think there is a need for it, whether it's the right place. But I'm just looking and I'm thinking, what could we defendably object on? So it's not that I don't want to object, but what can we defendably object on? And I think it's very, very difficult in this case.
Thank you very much. Eileen, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'm finding this one very, very difficult, and I still haven't made up my mind. I recognise there is a reference back to COVID testing and the what that caused to local residents, but I think those were exceptional times, and then we have to move on from that. And I understand how it is easier for people to go to one of these drive-through sites rather than navigating parking at Addenbrooke's, which I always find really difficult. And I have, as I said, benefited from attending one of these sites. But I'm very uneasy about the what we've been hearing about the use of this site up to now, and the question mark over. I know that because I understand that because machinery has been placed there, that it has become an agricultural site, but I'm very uneasy at the evidence we've heard, the allegations that was just put there for a particular reason. So I'm finding this very difficult. And also my final point is that I don't think I've heard enough about why the alternative sites weren't suitable. So I would have liked to have known more about that, because this does seem to be a very rural site, and I'm concerned about the impact on that site if this site is created for a drive-through phlebotomy. Lost the word, but anyway. Those are my...
Thank you very much. Sorry, can I just come in, butt in now? There's certainly evidence that this process of building an agricultural building conversion has taken place several times. I just wanted to point, there's obviously concern that this will be repeated. I assume the adjoining agricultural land is in the same ownership. Would it be possible to withdraw permitted development rights for future states in the application, or is this not? Would it have to go through a whole full Article 4 direction process, just out of interest?
So we can only consider the land that is within the red line boundary of the application. Within permitted development rights, there are certain rules around how much floor space you can create, and I think it's a 2-year limit on how much you can create under PD for a new agricultural building. But yeah, it's outside of the control of this application to remove PD for the remaining farmland.
So if we wanted to do it, we'd have to think about separately on the issue of whether we would want to do an Article 4 direction. Thank you very much. That's useful knowledge. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. We've had... No, it's Councillor Hardy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I think, as a number of councillors said, particularly Councillor Heather Williams, I mean, the problem is, it seems to me, in constructing a reason to refuse, because, as you've already said, Councillor Williams, I mean, it does seem that there's a loophole, but I thought, you know, the question of whether or not use was established before the application, which I previously raised to the officer, I mean, I think you made a very good point, because actually, even if that were the case and that were legally compelling, one could still bring a new application and then that would be satisfied. So that seems to me to sort of nullify that route for objecting. So I worry that were we to reject this, would just be overturned on appeal. And so I think I would rather, with gritted teeth, I would be.
Sorry, Councillor Williams. Okay.
Sorry, if I could just come back on that element. If councillors were concerned that the use hadn't commenced as such before the application was submitted, from a committee site visit, we could clearly see that there was machinery stored there. So I guess what I'm suggesting is if we were concerned about that, the applicant, there would actually be nothing to stop the applicant from withdrawing the application and putting it straight back in again, because now we can see, you know, we've been there, we've seen the use, we've seen the parking on site. So yes, we couldn't prove that it, we couldn't prove that it hadn't commenced when the application had submitted, because as Michael said, we unfortunately can't look at every site in the district 24/7. But the applicant provided some evidence, and then we've seen it during the life of the application. But in terms of whether it commenced before the application was submitted, we can't prove it hadn't.
Councillor Williams.
Just something, just to be clear, sort of my thoughts on this. With the proposed condition about an operation management plan, I'm trying to get the right three words, the right order there. I can tell it's nearly lunch. I do think my rationale around that is that if we were to refuse, which I think in an ideal world a lot of us would want to do, but it could then go to appeal and be given permission in its current form, because we know that our reasons for refusal would be weak. So if we grant permission but add this condition, then at least we're giving the local community a chance to have some sort of input and to control what happens there. And so my mind is thinking that way round to try and get some improvement for residents, because I agree what's currently there with the current uncontrolled parameters is not something I think any of us are comfortable with.
Are you making a proposal?
I definitely think before we take a vote, we should have a vote on whether we include that condition or not. Definitely, Chair.
Whether the application be approved. Okay, thank you. You're proposing this. Do we have a seconder?
Not.
Can I second and also speak to it?
Yes, certainly. Can we hear you?
Is that okay? Yeah, thank you for being a little bit more calm-headed than I was a little bit earlier, and for coming up with that suggestion, because obviously I can see that this is a facility that is needed, but my concerns, I think that might help with getting around the concerns about the highway network being logistically great for getting the blood back to Addenbrooke's, but also the other side of that being it could get clogged up with cars. So that, what were the three words? Operational management plan might be a more sort of a secure way of making this work for everybody. So I am happy to second.
Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Can we do this by affirmation? Is everybody happy? Okay, indeed. Okay. Councillor Redrup, did you wish to speak?
Well, just before we went to a vote, I wanted to ask about a condition for covered cycle parking as well, and if other councillors were in agreement with that, because it would align with our local plan policy TI3, which says cycle parking should be covered and in a convenient, secure location. Thank you.
Okay.
Just for clarification, I've just put up on screen what those draft conditions might look like. The cycle parking is one of our standard conditions. The operational management plan condition I've kind of been crafting as the debate has gone on, but we can take that away and agree final wording if that was something members wanted to see added. Yeah.
Okay. So now I want to make a little comment on it. Most comments have probably been made.
Chair, we just need to agree the motion by Councillor Redrup first.
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Red? No. Can we take that by affirmation? Agree. Okay. Now I wanted to comment. This is, as people have commented, a loophole. It's clearly been used. It's unsatisfactory, but we are where we are. The need for the desire of the applicant for a blood phlebotomy unit is clear. I mean, and I can see the advantages of the site. It's close. It's a main road. It's not, from the point of view of driving to it, it's probably as good a site as you're going to get. You're not going to have to drive between the site and Adam Brooks through urban areas. It's generally a rural area. So I can see from their point of view the suitability. I'm also thinking in terms of people having blood tests, often it's because of anemia. They're not the sort of people who are going to want to go on public transport. You often want to be driven to the site, and therefore that's quite appropriate. So I see the arguments in favour. Were this already an industrial site, I can see it would be very much, I can see why that might be chosen, but it's an agricultural building, which they're proposing to convert. We have to consider it an agricultural building. I think it's unsatisfactory. I think we do need to think about how we might prevent future recurrence, and that's something that we need to think about in the future. Whether there are possible ways forward, but I find it difficult, as people have commented, to find a defendable reason for refusal. And I sincerely don't want further encroachment on the green belt. I feel that's not something we want to encourage. So it's a difficult situation where we're basically lumbered, and I don't see that, in my person, I can't see how we can do anything other than approve it. But we do need to, I think, consider, separate to considering the application in future, how we might tackle this problem. Okay. Okay. Now I think we can probably go to a vote, can we? Sorry. No, we can't do anything on that. So, I inquired about it and we can't do it within the application. There are other possible actions we could take, but it's not part of the application.
Thank you for clarifying.
If you're voting for if you're voting for, you're voting to approve the application as per the officer's recommendation. If you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application, counter to the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, as amended with the two additional conditions, one relating to an operational management plan and one relating to covered cycle parking.
I confirm it. It's as amended. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the application's been approved. I'm now going to stop for lunch. Almost perfect timing. This is what I planned to stop for lunch in any case. We will come back at 10 to 2. Thank you very much indeed. You are now, though. Okay, welcome back to the Planning Committee. We now consider item 7, Great Abington. Item number 20, application number 23/0317/H4, 86 High Street at Great Abington, enlargement of a previously permitted photovoltaic array on the barn roof. Key issues are the impact on the designated heritage asset, impact on the character and appearance of the area, and sustainability. The application has been called in by Councillor Henry Batchelor. The recommendation is to refuse. Tom Chenery is the presenting officer. Tom, could you please present?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So I was just waiting for it to catch up. Right, thank you, Chair. So the application before members today is, as you said, Chair, at 86 High Street, Great Abington. So it's the enlargement of previously permitted photovoltaic array on a barn roof, and officers are recommending for refusal. So there is a slight update, and that's just that we received a letter from local ward councillors, Councillor Henry and John Batchelor, just outlining their stance on the application. It was very similar details that was considered within the call-in request, and there were no additional material considerations as part of that letter. So the application site is obviously located in Great Abington. So I'll get my pointer up just to indicate where everything is. So you've got the High Street just running along here, and then there is a access way which runs along here and then up to the application site. Obviously the application does cover a wider area, but the actual application site itself and the listed dwelling is just within this red bit here. In terms of the site constraints, I've not included the access road on here, but I've just sort of outlined the extent of the site. So the application site is grade 2 listed. So the building itself where the proposal is being sought is this extent here, which is curtilage listed. So in it itself is not listed, it is curtilage listed to the main farmhouse grade 2 listed building here. To the north of the site is the grade 2-star parish church of St Mary's. So that's to the north of the site there. The site is also within the Little and Great Abington Conservation Area, and it is located outside of the development framework. To the southeast of the site there is a cluster of listed buildings. There are also some other residential dwellings to the south of the site. These were previously associated with the farmhouse with its previous historic use, but these are now all independently occupied. There are no, it's not in any flood zone, and there's the bits marked in blue, they are all surface water indicated, but obviously none of that falls within the application site itself. Next slide is the aerial imagery of the site. So once again, where my cursor is now, this is the actual listed building itself. There is a single-story link extension, which is a modern extension. I do have photos of that, I'll show that later. But then you've got the curtilage listed barn, which is here. The other things I'd just like to point out are the pool house, just to the northwest of the site, and then the garage building to the southwest of the site. The reason why that's important is because as part of the previous approval, solar panels were approved on both of those buildings. And as sort of you can see, I'd just like to point out to members, one of the main key things within this part of the conservation area is obviously clay pan tile roof. Tiles are very prominent within the character of the area. There's quite a bit of planning history on the site. So in 2022, there was quite a larger application, full application and listed building application, so the energy refurbishment of the listed building itself. officers approved that. There was some solar panels on the barn roof and the garage roof, as well as the pool house roof, which I'll show on a plan in a minute. That was approved. There was quite a bit of discussion and negotiation in order to get that approved in the previous application. Some conditions have been discharged regarding the materials on the listed building condition of that. The planning application, once again, a householder full planning application and a listed building application was submitted at the beginning of this year. That was identical to what is before members today, and that was refused, and the reason for refusal is the same that is before the officers are recommending today. Obviously there is a listed building application that is to be discussed after this application. So the main planning considerations for this application is the impact the proposal would have on the fabric and setting of the listed building, the impact it would have on the character and appearance of the conservation area, whether there are any sustainability benefits of the proposal, and obviously the previously determined planning applications are a material consideration as well. So as part of those 2022 applications that were approved, there were some alterations to the main farmhouse, but I'm going to solely speak about the solar panels because obviously that is what the applicant is seeking to extend as part of this application. So there was, along the southern part of the southern roof slope of the garage, there was solar arrays approved and proposed on there. And then on the pool house, there was the entire flat roof. There was also solar arrays approved. There was also 6 banks of solar panels approved on the Curtilage listed barn as well. So the reason why it was separated was to ensure that you could still see the existing roof slope and that character that forms part of the listing. So that's the reason why it was approved and designed as such. In terms of the proposal within this, what they're seeking to do is to essentially incorporate almost the entirety of the roof slope on the Curtilage listed barn. They're not seeking to make any amendments to the pool house or the garage solar arrays, but it is simply just that on the Curtilage listed barn here. So that's what they're seeking to do. In terms of elevations, this is what was approved. So as you can see, there is the defined bank of 6 and 6 and 6. With gaps in between, and there was a substantial gap between the solar arrays and then the listed building itself. And then this is the other elevation, because they sought to have it on both roof slopes. So once again, banks of 6, 3 banks of 6, and there was a substantial gap between that and then the listed building. What they're seeking to do under this planning application, as is sort of already indicated, is that they're seeking to make it so that almost the entirety of the roof slope has solar PV panels. There is a gap. Obviously it's not as large as the previous application that was approved. After went on the member site visit, some of them have already been installed. I do have a photo of that as well from those that weren't able to visit the site. This is the proposed elevations on the other side of the barn, so this would be the western elevation, sorry. In terms of the site itself, so this is the listed building here. This is the single-story link extension, which is a modern, and then you've got the Curtilage listed barn, this is where they're proposing to put the solar panels. This is just from a view within the rear garden of the site, so once again the listed building, and then this here is the roof slope of the Curtilage listed barn. This is from within the other side of the garden, so this is to the west, sorry. So you've got, this is the roof slope that would have the solar panels on. This is just to indicate the modern link extension between the Grade 2 listed building and then the Curtilage listed barn. And then this is just indicating the Curtilage listed barn towards the Grade 2 listed building there. So this next photo just shows that at present the solar panels have been built or partially built, not in accordance with the approved plans, but I'm assuming part way to what is being sought by the applicant today. So, yeah. In terms of the application itself, so regarding it being approved, the main reason for approval would be the sustainability benefits that form part of the application, and the fact that the dwelling itself would attempt to be carbon neutral and would be fully electric. The reasons for refusal that officers recommend that are stating is that there will be harm to the Grade 2 listed building and its setting by virtue of the excessive amount of solar panels. There will also be harm to the character and appearance of the Great and Little Abington Conservation Area by virtue of it changing the character of the roof tiles, which obviously indicated earlier is part of the character. Also, officers do not consider that the sustainability benefits do not outweigh the heritage harm, and that no information has been submitted regarding sustainability benefits. So officers are recommending refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, clarification, please? Councillor, have the word.
Can I just ask, because obviously whatever happens, whether this is approved or not, we want to make sure that the structure of there is no harm to the structure of the barn. With what's proposed, is there any concerns around losing any of the materials or any affecting the structure? Are they the weight and things like that? Some older buildings wouldn't be able to take it. Is there any concerns around structure, or is it simply sort of preserving the aesthetics of the barn?
From my understanding, there is no issue regarding the structure, but obviously the conservation officer has objected, and obviously we hold that opinion that the proposal itself would impact on its aesthetics and the setting of the listed building and the conservation area.
Oh, I have a question. The pan tiles on the building, the barn, appeared to me to be concrete replacement pan tiles. They're not. Are they original pan tiles, or are they of interest in them, of architectural quality in themselves?
From my understanding, there is no historical. The pan tiles are newer than they're not the original ones that were originally put on there. But I couldn't comment on whether they were concrete or whether they were clay.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it was very helpful to see some photographs, which I think showed this application partially implemented. What I don't think we've seen, and maybe they're not available, is photographs of the approved solar panels as against the solar panels as they would look if this were implemented. Is there anything you can give us to guide us on that difference?
All I can provide you with, Councillor Fane, is just the plans, or the elevational plans on here. I couldn't comment on whether the applicant had originally implemented the approved scheme and whether they have added a gap in between. From my site photos, I would indicate that that is probably not the case, so I wouldn't be able to provide a photo in that instance, but I can provide
You had a photograph, I wonder if you could go back to it, of the panels as they are now, which go beyond those approved. I wonder if that one. Yes, I see. So if the applicant were just implementing the existing planning consent, there would be some gaps in that array.
That would be correct, Councillor.
Understood. Thank you.
Are there any other points of clarification? Thank you very much indeed. Now we move to the speakers, the agent, Mr. Jeremy Lodge. Can we normally allow people 3 minutes? So at the end of 3 minutes, I will stop you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. We're here today seeking planning permission to increase the already permitted number of PV panels on the roof of what was a cowshed. The cowshed is only curtilage listed because it was physically connected to the farmhouse when it was renovated in the late 1970s. The application is for an additional 12 panels on each side of what was the cowshed roof. The only objection to the scheme is from the Conservation Officer due to the impact on the conservation area and the setting of the listed building. The site itself is accessed down a private road and is screened from view by other buildings and is therefore well hidden within the conservation area. The barn roof has a modern pan-tile roof covering. It was put on in 1979, which remains in place, and therefore the installation causes no damage to the fabric and is entirely reversible. Being on the barn, the solar panels are away from the listed building, and the argument that what has already got approval versus what we're now seeking approval for is therefore very arbitrary. In our view, the new application of a homogeneous line of panels will look better than the already approved 3 blocks of panels on each side. Therefore, this is an aesthetic judgment which needs to be balanced against the climate considerations. With the additional panels, the engineer's calculations show that the building will then produce enough electricity to meet its annual demand, which it won't in its current configuration of what we have approval for. So this aspiration has to be in line with the South Cambs Council resolution of September 2021, which notes that the assessment of public benefit cannot be blind to climate change, nor to the context of the Council's declaration of a climate emergency and its adoption of a zero carbon strategy. The planning officers claims in their report that the onus lies with the applicant to prove the public good, and that because this has not been satisfactorily proved, he has made no meaningful attempt to balance heritage and climate considerations. However, we understand that this is contrary to NPPF paragraph 158, which says that when determining planning applications for renewable and low carbon development, local planning authorities should not require applicants to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy, and recognise that even small-scale projects provide a valuable contribution to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. We'd like to conclude by quoting Councillor Smith, who said when the planning officers overturned the recommendation for refusal of PV panels at King's College in Cambridge to recommend approval. In conclusion, people need to have at the forefront of their minds that climate change is resulting in catastrophic, irreversible harm to life on Earth. Our prime responsibility must be to take every opportunity to reduce carbon emissions, however modest, and not be distracted in that mission by minimal harm to a single historic building. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have questions or points of clarification from the applicant? Thank you very much.
Councillor Lisa Redwood.
Oh. Councillor Redwood.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'd just like to ask about what alternatives were looked at into other ways of making your property net zero. Did you look at ground-based solar or any additional efficiency measures? Thank you.
So the first application, the major application, we put in all the insulation that we could. So we insulated all the floors where we could. We insulated all the lofts. We changed all the windows in the barn. We applied to change windows in the farmhouse, but that was felt not to be appropriate, so that was removed from the application. We applied to externally insulate the farmhouse as well, because it's existing cement render, which isn't good. For one of the reasons it's listed is the oak frame, the 16th century part of the farmhouse, it's internal. So it's covered in cement render, which isn't doing it any good. We applied as part of that application to change that cement render, put on a lime-based render that would help it breathe with external insulation. That wasn't well received by conservation officers. So again, that got omitted. So effectively, we put in a mechanical ventilation heat recovery system. We've done everything we physically can to the fabric of the building that conservation and planning have allowed. So we've taken out the oil boiler and put in air source heat pumps, but the sheer quantity of heat that is required, our current solar panels will not produce the amount of energy that we'll need annually, which is why we're looking to increase the number of solar panels to meet the consumption.
Thank you. A point of clarification actually from the officer I think might be valuable. The fact that they can meet their own demands for their own building is what I would see as a private benefit. The issue is really whether the total, but the increase in actual production, whoever uses it, would be considered a sustainability benefit. Am I right in that interpretation?
Yes, in a way, in the fact that the public benefits obviously would be extremely limited in the fact that they would be solely only by whoever's using that property. Within the design and access statement that was provided, there was figures provided to indicate what was required. However, officers felt like there was no additional detail that backed up that information, so we were unable to make a proper decision regarding that. So I couldn't comment on whether there would be any other public benefits outside of that, because I don't know what the usage is of what part of the dwelling.
No, but my point is that basically, whether he uses the energy to sell it or to use it for the dwelling is relatively irrelevant. The relevant point is that the increase of renewable production, which is a sustainability element that needs to be taken into account. Am I right in that interpretation? Do you see the difference? Because to set against the harm, you had to have public benefits rather than private benefits.
Yes, I understand what you mean. Obviously, I don't know whether any of the solar arrays, whether that energy would go back into the grid. Once again, we've not been provided that information, whether that would then go back in there. So you are correct in that the public benefits would be limited in that sense,
okay.
But the information is not there.
So I can now ask the applicant whether the installation would be grid connected.
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Have we any other? Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Now we come to the local member, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Henry Batchelor. As you know, it's 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hopefully I won't use up all 3 minutes. Worth noting, I have submitted written comments as well in case I couldn't make it today. But I thought, given the fact it was me that called it in and extended your afternoons, it's probably polite that I do turn up and give reasons for that. Also worth noting that Councillor John Batchelor, the other local member for Abington, does support these comments as well. So I am speaking on behalf of the 2 local members today. So quite an interesting one, I think, for you as a committee, given that it's weighing up potential benefits to the environment compared to views from our conservation officer. As you can see in the report, there are 2 reasons the conservation officer gives for recommending refusal of the application. First one being impact on the conservation area, but as we've heard from the agent of the applicant, from those of you that have been to the site and seen it and from the photos, the whole site and the solar panels specifically cannot be seen from the public realm. So they're not visible from the high street, they're not visible from the church, they're not visible from the recreation ground. So the impact on the conservation area, in our view as local members, is minimal to 0. The second reason for refusal is the impact on the adjacent building, which is grade 2 listed. Our view is that because, or one, there are already solar panels on the roof which do benefit from planning permission. So adding more solar panels to this, in our opinion, well, if there is going to be damage to the heritage asset, that has happened by the fact that planning permission has already been granted for solar panels and the principle has been established. So if more were to be added to that, our view is that would not have any more of a detrimental impact than the first set that are already installed. Also worth noting as well that there was a motion that was referred to a bit earlier, passed back in September 21, asking the council to give more weight in planning to applications that are trying to balance climate change against heritage concerns. Our view is, with the backing of that motion, the benefits of this application do outweigh the harm. And it's also worth harking back to MPPF paragraph 158, which again was referenced previously, the key section of that paragraph saying that recognise that even small-scale projects provide a valuable contribution to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. So whether it's a private benefit or a public, the cutting of the greenhouse gas emissions is a planning consideration you can use as a planning committee. So in summary, I don't know how long I've got, but in summary, our view is as local members that the two reasons for refusal outlined by the Conservation Officer do not outweigh the clear benefits that this application brings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Councillor? Sorry. Councillor Williams.
Sorry, I had real fears that your headset was going to get pinged back at you then. Sorry, it's a little shock from that. So through yourself to Councillor Batchelor, obviously you'll be well aware about the difference between the political function of the council and motions and the statutory element that the planning committee holds. I think that's important that we're really clear about that. But you quoted an MPPF and I didn't catch the number. So I'm asking if you could repeat that for us, because obviously that would be potentially a policy that would be helpful in your argument. Thank you.
Paragraph 158 of the NPPF.
I don't see any others.
Don't see any others. Thank you very much. Now we...
Would you like planning officers?
Sorry.
Would you like planning officers to bring up paragraph 158?
Yes, I think that would be helpful if you could explain paragraph 158. Okay. Has everybody had a chance to look? Thank you. I think we now move on to the debate. Who would like to open the discussion of the debate? Councillor Fane.
In the absence of anyone else wishing to do so, you've already raised the point yourself that this is not just about some form of self-sufficiency. This would be connected to the grid. So the benefits of solar power and renewable energy are more general in this case. We've already looked at paragraph 158 of the NPPF, and it seems to me that both paragraphs A and C are very relevant. C refers, of course, as we saw just now, to existing sites and extending and increasing solar on those sites being preferred, which is what is effectively happening here. I would refer also to paragraph 8C of the NPPF. But before I do that, this question of retaining the gaps between solar panels. Now, I don't know about other members, but when I look at solar on, for instance, the roofs of most of our council houses and so on, what is it that draws my attention to them? It is the gaps where, because we don't currently have triangular panels available, it highlights the roof behind. A roof which is well done, either solar integrated, which is not the case here, or solar panels throughout, is much less obvious in my view. That's a personal view, and I accept that the conservation officers have professional expertise in this. But then I look at paragraph 8C of the NPPF. This occurred to me because this morning we had a briefing from conservation officers, and one of the points that was made is that the conservation is embedded in achieving sustainable development in all its senses. That's paragraphs. That's why I mentioned paragraph 8C of the NPPF. Achieving sustainable development, well, we all know that that's 3 parts. An environmental objective. Obviously to protect and enhance our natural built and historic environment, but also to improve biodiversity, use natural resources, minimise waste and pollution, and so on. Mitigating and adapting to climate change, including moving to a low carbon economy. Now those statements that Bridget Smith, the leader, was quoted as a very valuable statement on this, and of course our own policy motion in 2021, are relevant to that objective. They are not separate statements of policy. They are attempting to define our approach to planning in the light of the NPPF and compatible with it. And it is quite clear to me that we need to ensure that conservation objectives now include energy conservation as one of those objectives, and that it is compatible with the NPPF to say so. So in this case, I broadly entirely accept the arguments that were made by Councillor Henry Batchelor and supported by the other Councillor Batchelor, that I think there is every reason to approve this application and therefore to reject the recommendation of the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would say I actually think, when we look at the different roles of officers and committee, officers, we give them the policies, we give them the rules, and then it's their job to adhere to those and to advise on those. And then it's up to us if we want to sort of steer or create flexibility in our decisions. So I can understand why officers have come to the conclusions they have, and I think that they have good grounds for what they're proposing to us. However, it has been called in, and we have heard an argument and looked through, and thank you very much, the copy of the NPPF. And I think as a committee, we have a flex that officers don't have in the decision-making process. And using that flex, I think we can run an argument. On the gaps, I can understand why that would be aesthetically better. And I say that is because if you've got the gaps, it can give an appearance of windows as opposed to sort of built solar. And I know that's in some places it's been used. So I can understand why, but equally, I can understand wanting to get the maximum amount of the building. If they went all the way up, then that'd be slightly different. So I wouldn't recommend going as far as up to that end of building. But given the position we're in, I think we are in a position where we could come to a different conclusion than officers, given we have slightly different parameters.
Do we have any other comments?
Any others?
Sir?
I don't see any others.
No, I would comment as well then. I tend to agree with Councillor Fane that a larger block, that I found that the break between the panels disruptive. You see these, I felt that you would feel the shape of the roof more clearly if it was one simple block. So I'm not totally convinced about the argument. In terms of the pan-tiled roof, it was interesting that we suspected looking at it on site that the roof was a modern roof, and that was proved, though the building itself is obviously much older. It's Old English block bond, it's a solid wall, it's presumably something like 100 years old or something like that. But it's not of particular interest in itself. So the question really is only about the impact upon the listed building, which I agree with the arguments in terms of the conservation area, that it's not visible. It's really, the impact is minimal to the public realm. There is an area of the pan-tiled roof left at the end on the proposal, the end of the building. I personally, so the question really is, we've already got approval for an application with blocks of solar panels. Is the filling in of these blocks and making a single block going to create less than substantial harm. And as we've been told in the briefing this morning, that is actually significant harm. Or is it just harm which is less than substantial? Coupled with the arguments in terms of sustainability and the arguments in the NPPF, which suggest that we should give significant weight to increasing the amount of renewable energy. As what we've been told, it's not the private benefit, it's not a consideration, it's the public benefit, and the public benefit of increasing supply of renewable energy, which in this case will go to the grid, is a relevant consideration for us. I personally feel that the solid block is better, but I think the argument that the difference between the 3 blocks and a solid block, it creates a significant harm, more harm than what you have already. I feel that's the test that we have to have, and I don't feel that can be justified. I personally don't feel that visual impact is significant enough to count as what I might call a significant harm, which is what less than substantial means. So my view, like Councillor Williams and Councillor Fain, is that we should accept the local councillor's argument and support this application. Have we got no more comments? I think we can proceed to a vote. Okay, thank you. To clarify, if you vote for the motion, vote for in this, you're voting to refuse the application as per the recommendation. If you vote against, you're voting to approve the application contrary to the officer's recommendation. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. Can I have a seconder, please? Sorry. Can we start again then, the vote? Can we start the vote again?
Chairman, you've proposed.
Are you seconding? We go to the vote again, okay? Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Can we just deal with conditions?
Yes, okay.
If that's okay. If I can share my screen, hold on a second, I'm just madly trying to draft them. It transpires that the panels that are detailed on this application aren't those that were approved under the previous permission. And so suggestion is that, sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen at the same time, that we get details to be submitted so that the listed building officer can approve them. So let me just, well, I can share my screen.
Yeah, I'm happy to propose that condition.
I'll second it.
And given that it's a retrospective as such now, given that they've been installed at 3 months of the date of the decision rather than prior to commencement, because obviously it's already been commenced. That was the only condition we were going to propose.
Okay. Can we approve by affirmation the proposed condition? Great. Do I need a seconder for the approval of the affirmation? We didn't have one. Okay, thank you, Councillor William. Now we move on to Great Abington application for listed building consent, 23/03175/LBC, 86 High Street, Great Abington. It's a continuation, basically, complementary to the previous application. Enlargement of previously permitted photovoltaic array on a barn roof. The key issues are the impact of the fabric of the listed building, sustainability. The application has been called in by Councillor Henry Batchelor, and the recommendation is to refuse. Thomas Chainham is the presenting officer. Do you want to present again? Yeah.
I wasn't going to present again, Chair. The only thing I wanted to just indicate is that obviously we're only considering the impact on the fabric of the listed building rather than the conservation area or anything like that. So it's simply just the impact on the fabric of the listed building, but I won't put members through an entire slideshow again.
Do we wish to go through the whole presentations again, or are we willing to debate this beforehand? What's your...
Sorry, Chair, through you. As in the officer presentation again?
And the member and the applicant and so on?
No, I don't think we do. No, it's a follow-on.
Okay. Do we want to have any discussion, any debate upon this? Do any wish to enter the debate? Can I propose that we go directly to the vote again in the light?
I second that proposal.
Okay.
Chair. I second.
Yeah. Can we take this by affirmation? Agreed.
Just for the record, we are affirming that we are going against the officer's recommendation.
That's right.
Of refusal.
That's right.
Thank you.
And approving the application. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the application is approved. Now we move to the compliance report.
Chris isn't with us, unfortunately, so Rebecca's going to...
Okay. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Chris has had to go to another meeting, so you've got me instead today. However, I will just talk through Chris's report. So apologies that it was slightly late coming, but we were waiting until the end of the month, so we had the full month of stats. So on the 1st of November, we had 521 open cases, of which 269 were in South Cambridgeshire. Since the 1st of January, we've had a total of 696 compliance referrals across both councils. The statistical data was attached. Chris has provided some updates to service delivery, namely that, hello, I'm the delivery manager now for compliance as well as DM South. Toby has moved over to look after section 106. And so the next part of the report is slightly different to what you would normally been expecting. Chris has advised if members wish for specific updates on cases they have an involvement in, then to contact him and he'll be able to update you. However, one proposal we are suggesting going forward is once members have alerted Chris to a case that they wish to seek an update on, for that update to be provided monthly or quarterly, whichever you would choose, to the committee outside of the general committee update report, so that all members are kept abreast of significant cases. So rather than just one update being provided to the member who requested it, we'll update the whole of committee. He's provided a response to a question which I think you raised, Councillor Khan, about suggestions on how the compliance service could be improved. Hopefully you'll be aware that we have recently put in place some better services for internal and external parties. So the improvements that we've made, when the complaints are now submitted via an email address, that if we get them from an email address, acknowledgements are provided directly to the complainant, and that gives them the direct point of contact for the officer dealing with the case now. Also, our technical support team has taken over responsibility for kind of logging, registering and setting up the new compliance files so that cases are being picked up quicker when a complaint's made, and each one's consistently got the same amount of information or the same level of information when it's made. An acknowledgement is sent out without delay after the initial complaint if we have an email address. And we're also setting targets for performance management officers against the compliance policy. So you'll see this month from this month, you'll see that we have a report on undertaking site visits, which officers are being monitored against now as well. And that's broken down into categories which are set out in the report. So high priority, which is 5 working days for a site visit, medium priority, 10 working days, and lower priority for 20 working days. So this is first part of a wider set of performance measures to improve the way we investigate complaints and also monitoring that we're actually improving our service overall. Management team will also be monitoring performance against those targets as the year goes on. It is a incremental process for improving the compliance service. So we're starting at the beginning of the service in terms of registering and visiting sites, and slowly as the year goes on, we're setting targets to improve as the year goes on. So hopefully, in answer to that question, we're trying and we're putting systems in place to help improve the service for complainants, residents, and also for officers within the team. The next part is also a suggestion for future reports on the data that we bring to you. So at the minute, Chris is bringing the number of open cases on hand, but I think what we're proposing, if members agree going forward, is the number of cases open on hand plus then number of cases open on hand older than 6 months, number of cases on hand newer than 6 months, a breakdown of the total number of cases by officer and by council, and then the number of closures of each month and each quarter as well. So hopefully that will give members a bit more information. Councillor Williams.
Councillor Williams.
I appreciate the timing, because obviously that's something I said about it's hard to know if it's cases sort of dragging on or whether it's fresh cases. So I think that, along with perhaps like an average time would help as well, just for us to get an idea of, and also for us to be able to help manage expectations when people come to us, sort of what the average time is. Just in relation, and I should declare, sorry, an interest that I'm local member for one of the appeals, which just because I scrolled through, I've just reminded myself, so if you can make a note of that, sorry. When it comes to the request, I think we just need some system to make sure it's clear, because obviously a lot of us will, I know I speak with enforcement about things in my patch, but they're not significant things for committee, because what you said was if a committee member asks for something, then it'd be circulated to everything. I'm sure that not all committee members want to know what's going on in the Mordens. So I think if we have it that as committee members that we're clear, not if we're as a local member, but if we're requesting it as a planning committee member, and some sort of system to make sure we don't just get everybody's, as lovely as it is to hear everyone's local issues, I'm sure, I think that could create a lot of email traffic if we're not careful.
Is it possible to sort out
I'm
the
sure
trivial from the...
I'm sure there can be a discussion between the committee member, ward member, any member, and Chris as to which ones are the ones to bring to planning committee. Can I just ask, on the average time to close cases, would that be helpful if we could, appreciate it would be only going forward from the 1st of November, if we broke that down in terms of the priority categories? I'm just thinking of more stats, I love stats. So that would be helpful.
The more stats, the better.
Anything that's a high priority, obviously you'd want closing down quicker or dealing with quicker.
Like your star, Rebecca. Yes, please. Thank you.
I don't think, would that be a significant workload to do this sorting out? No.
Spreadsheet for that.
So, Councillor Fane.
Chair. Yes, I support what was said earlier about, not every case that we've raised with Chris or others needs to be circulated to the whole committee, particularly in those cases where it proves that I've merely asked him a stupid question. And the other point that I'm finding is that quite a few cases, two problems. One is that they involve quite a few potential sources of enforcement or compliance. That is, in some cases, there might be breaches of the Environment Protection Act 1990, burning bonfires, plastic waste and bonfires and so on, different team. And in some cases, it might even involve the county council. I think we need to look at how we best coordinate that, largely a matter for management and for officers. The other point is that I'm finding quite often when we have set construction management plans for small developments, we subsequently find that some of the conditions that are in those are unenforceable because it was not possible to meet conditions such as all traffic being off the road. There isn't room for it. And whilst I accept we need to be careful about that, and perhaps to vary the plans to take account of that, I do think we're right. As a committee over the last 4 or 5 years, we have increasingly said, look, these construction managements are not just, as they conventionally were, for developments of over 5 houses, that the impact of construction is, if anything, even greater when you have a small site between 2 houses on the neighbours. And therefore, I accept we need to ensure that what we are setting out is realistic and enforceable. Otherwise, we merely disappoint people. But I think also we have to still insist that we do, in many cases, need construction management plans just for small sites.
If I could just say on that, we are in the process of finalising our review of all of our standard conditions, and Chris is feeding into that to making sure that our standard conditions are enforceable. And also, when we write bespoke conditions, ones that aren't on our standard list, we are encouraging officers and then to go to the enforcement manager or somebody in enforcement as well to ensure that they are enforceable as well. Compliance, not enforcement.
Sorry, one of the situations that is quite clear from some of the cases that have come up is that where we have to submit a plan, for instance, for drainage suds or for landscaping and so on. It's one thing to submit a plan, but if then it's not adhered to, it's very difficult to enforce. And I think it's very important that we, in considering the standard consideration conditions, that we make sure that if somebody submits a plan, if there is a condition in it which allows you to enforce it if it's not adhered to. And we had a particular problem in my village, in Hunter's Close, which has been developed and which has been major problems with drainage, even though the drainage plan was approved. And we had no tools to take action afterwards. And we've really done, everything that was done by discussion and negotiation, but it wasn't, there was no tool. And I think that needs teeth. Councillor Williams.
So sorry, there was one thing I forgot to mention. I'm sure we're all very pleased that Tony's getting his new knee, because he's waited quite a while, bless him. But can we just have reassurance that, obviously that's a long term, that he's going to be having surgery and what have you for, that we've got somebody in to cover and we're not running a vacancy there?
So I can advise what's happening at the minute. So one of the other compliance officers, who's relatively new, was an introductory caseload, I'll say, and so they are picking up anything that's coming in new that would normally be allocated to Tony, and Chris is working with that officer. In terms of Tony's existing caseload, Chris is keeping an eye on it, and then myself and Chris are also having a look at it each week on the older ones and dividing the workload out for someone to look at. And we have got some assistance from the technical support team on helping send some letters out and doing bits and pieces for us as well. So we're coping at the minute, is how it's working at present.
Can I just say, I think all committee will hope Tony well with his surgery.
He's had his surgery and he has been coming to team meetings because he's bored at home, bless him.
Okay, is that all the comments? Thank you very much indeed. Now we move on to appeals. Back to Rebecca.
Yeah, on this one, at present, again, the report hopefully will change going forward. But I'm changing baby steps one thing at a time. So at the minute, it's a summary of the decisions received and the appeals received, as well as those that are awaiting decision and awaiting statements. If members have got questions on any one in particular, if you could please give me a shout and then I can provide a response on those after the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. On here, we've got appeal dismissed, but we've got something appeal turned away. What's the difference?
So appeal turned away is where PINs have declined to accept the appeal.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the date of the next meeting. The date of the next meeting is going to be held on the 13th of Wednesday, the 13th of December. And with that, I close the committee.